welcome to Tales from the Temple Tankard. I am Jim, aka Argent Wind, and I am your dungeon master for Avress, the Shattered World, here on the House of Game Builders Discord server. Thanks for being here today, and I think we are down one player temporarily. Iomi's going to be Eldon's going to be a little bit late, but he will be here, and when he does, I'm sure we'll see Eldon's uh, fun little fun character jump back into play with all of us here. So hope everyone's ready. But Raven's Tales, we are in the city of Dravier, large city, capital city of the nation of Garavan. You managed to make it all the way here, just on the tail of Wraith, according to the information you found out. As you landed at dock number 2 in the city, you encountered a strange-looking dwarf who said he had information for you, but needed help with a job. After heading over to a cool little pub called Off the Clock, run by clockwork automatons and drones and such, he asked for your help in getting a job involving removing an extraplanar problem from a merchant wizard's basement. Upon getting to the Bernathi estate, you did discover that the problem in the basement was a little more than you were going to be able to deal with as you encountered your first actual dragon in humanoid form, drunk off of his butt, and stranded there because the Bernathi seemed to have taken his belongings, including the item he needed to return home to the Plate of Fire. So you agreed to get his belongings back, and with information that Pest Control was able to get from his associates among the syndicate, found the likely place to go and hunt him down. Specifically, up on a floating island above the city, belonging to a group of conjurers from the Wizards Guild. Specifically, one Embardio, a half-elven conjurer that lived up there. Talking your way onto the island, you were able to get in there and find out that Embardio and Bernathi had done something a little bit stupid and summoned up a very powerful Efreet, which proceeded to kick their butts. And you managed to get in there in time to not only banish the Efreet, but save both wizards as well. After getting paid, you guys all parted ways, and as it is now the evening, early evening, about 5 o'clock, just a little before dinner time here, you have the city of Draver before you. Pest Control's information did come back in, letting you know that Wraith's ship is at dock number 7. You are at dock number 2 out of the 9 docks spread along the coastline of the city of Draver. Raven's Tales, what do you want to do?
Didn't you say it was at dock number 8?
Did I say 8 last time?
Yeah.
I meant 7. So I'm sure I switched it up at some point there. Somewhere in my head I switched it up there. So let's just go ahead and take a look at the city a little bit here. Get a little more. So essentially it's so looking at the city of Dravier here, this architecture, dock number 2 being the one that is right here. Your ship is actually docked a little bit off to the left of frame here. Dock number 8 being the one up around the corner, and dock number 7 being right about here, where off on the left side here you see the Grand Academy. But the ship is supposedly docked somewhere in this vicinity over here. Now, picturing the docks to be a little bit more elaborate, dock number 8 is kind of a rural provincial dock there, mostly fishing boats and boat launches and stuff like that. Not really a fancy, very fancy dock there. 9 being a little bit off the frame this side, further up the coastline there. So, what would you like to do with your first evening in Drabier?
How long would it take us to get to dock 7 from where we are?
It would probably take about, without any extraordinary travel measures there, about half an hour on foot.
I doubt he's going to be there now. I think he's going for um the
So let me ask you this: where are you discussing your plans? Are you heading back on your ship? So the Sable Drake did fly up to the floating island where Embardio is after collecting your money and then returning back to the Bernathi estate. Sable Drake did land back at dock number 2 again because it had basically a, a approval to come and go from that dock as they needed. So you are still either on the ship or if there's someone else you want to be instead.
I think we were still on the ship when it landed.
hmm Well, you went back to the Bernathi estate and returned the items to Kixarella, the brass dragon that was in the basement there, and he thanked you, left you with his pack, which is a Fire Strider hide backpack, rucksack, kind of thing like that, that is impervious to fire. And inside was a puzzle box, a rather ornate puzzle box he left in there as well for you.
Um, I'll probably work on the puzzle box
Okay.
while I'm listening to them.
Is it the Grand Academy where the circle was destroyed?
Correct. Yes, correct. It was.
That's where I think we should go.
Okay.
I
Just so
think
you know, the Wizards Guild is sort of a little bit to this side of the Grand Academy. It's not in frame right now here, but there is the Wizards Guild, which is separate from the Academy there. You do know that Embardio is a member of the guild, and the other conjurers from this island are members of the guild. But it's more of a meeting place for powerful wizards and such that are members of the guild there. It is also the site of where the Dark King took control originally 2 centuries ago.
amazing.
So, if you're on the Sable Drake there, you guys can discuss which way you want to go and where you want to head. You could potentially get transportation to make that trip a little faster. About half an hour, you probably get down to 20 minutes to 15 minutes or so. There are some various carts you can hop on. There's no actual like public transit kind of thing specifically, but there are sort of like either people, animal, or manatech powered carts that will move through the city.
I can go there and scout the area. I can be there within minutes and then come right back to you if you like and give you a rundown. They're not expecting us, so we're not in any permanent or pursuant danger or anything. So I could go there and come back. And then we could travel there together. So I wouldn't be leaving you all for very long, just a few minutes.
I think we all need to stay together.
I think with his ability to sneak around and me not being able to sneak around, he should go by himself.
I'll be right back. Give me a few minutes tops.
I mean, it's still going to take you a good 15 minutes to get there, even with your
Even rooftop
short
daggers and stuff like that, yeah.
I mean, rooftop with daggers. You're going through a very populated city in daylight, so that's going to cause some alarm bells.
Stealth.
Yes, you definitely can give it a shot, but it is still daylight. It's still around 5 o'clock or so. Sun doesn't go down for a couple of hours yet.
No, it's okay. We can just go together. I just really wanted.
No,
You
I
can
understand there.
in this city.
And you definitely could in various places there. But to go that far and not be spotted over and we're talking, the reason it's going to take a half an hour is it is actually miles away. Remember, this is about a 30-mile coastline total. The dock districts are pretty much about a 20-mile stretch from dock 1 to dock 9 of coastline. So going from 2 to 7 is going to be probably about 4 or 5 miles at least.
You can be invisible though, can't you?
For only an hour. So you can probably get there invisibly over the course of an hour, but using his abilities, using his teleport and stuff there will break this invisibility.
Yeah,
Right.
because it's considered an attack, so that would.
Well, it's casting a spell either. Also, yeah. So,
But we are agreed. We are going to dock 7, correct?
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I mean, we need to talk about it. We need to decide where we're going. I think when he got here, he obviously arrived at dock 7, and then he left. He's not going to be sitting around in an airship in a dock waiting for somebody to turn up and kill him. He's going to be going to where he needs to be. So he's not going to be there. He's going to either have gone, I think, to the Grand Academy or to the Wizard's Tower. That's the two places where he's likely to go, probably.
The Grand Academy's there anyway, correct?
I mean, it's
Here, Doctor.
close to there, but it's not.
He told me, and we would go there anyway to get information. So even if he's not there, we could find out when he left, right?
I'm gonna
Where's the broken teleportation
Grand
device?
Academy right here.
I think
Grand-
that's where we should go.
Because it's right there by said anyway. So
Wasn't what's his name? Pest control. Wasn't he supposed to be giving us some information on
yeah, that's
Well,
how
he
we
gave
knew-
you. He
that's
told
how
you
we
what.
knew
What?
where he is.
Yeah, he told you.
was the dock?
Yeah, the dock is there. Yeah. So, he would also say that if you were if you needed more information, he could potentially set you up with some people that have more. 'Cause he's not really an information gatherer himself. He's more of a problem solver, kind of like that. So, but he has people that he does work with that get him information. So he could potentially pass you on to somebody that might have more information for you.
Right. Okay.
If that's
I
something
think
that
we
you
should go
want.
there.
Okay.
Let's go there.
Okay. Well, he'll tell you well, I'll go ahead and have somebody meet you. And I mean, nearby, it's close by, but you want to go off the clock, I'll have somebody meet you there.
Yeah,
I would
that's
love
fine.
to.
All right. So you guys head back over to off the clock. It's kind of tucked back in, kind of in off the main strip here, but sort of kind of back in this area over here, roughly a couple blocks back away from the water edge there. You find the place fairly easily. It's not hard to get to. Inside there, you have the the a little bit more people than last time. Not a lot more. There's probably when you were there this morning, you had maybe about 3 or 4 other patrons besides you guys in there. Now there's probably about a dozen or so all told when you get inside there. So you're able to move in and find a table. Just a number of people. I mean, people look up when you come in, but nobody really pays you much specific attention there, even though you're a bit of an odd-looking group. Are disguises in place?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Mm.
that's fine. Okay,
Yeah,
No
no.
one's really looking for Torben, so I mean,
yeah.
no.
Okay. So sorry. Okay. All right.
Mm-mm.
So
No, I'm
Amethyst,
gonna be me.
okay. So Amethyst, you are looking in your humanish looking outfit there. Everyone else is looking as themselves for the most part. Obviously, I mean, you have your cloaks up and do whatever you want to do in terms of like.
Yeah,
Just-
my cloak's up and stuff.
Sure. Yeah.
What's
Um,
the weather like?
What's that?
What's the weather like?
At this point, it's later in the evening there. It's been a very clear, beautiful day. It's getting a little bit chillier now, but a little breezy, but not really. It's still pretty clear. There's no rain or anything else. By the time you get there, it's pretty much dinner time. So everyone here is like ordering food and such. When you get in, when you get on the table there, the menu from the morning you had sort of breakfast items like sausage and eggs and bacon and stuff like that, and this is now more pub fare, standard pub fare, like grilled sandwiches and various things like that. Um, so you're able to order whatever you'd like. As Give me perception checks to see to read the room essentially, beyond just the obvious things when you walk in. Okay, nice. And Eldon is of course with you. He's kind of probably back. I would say at this point, Sora, if you want to sit down and play with the puzzle box, or while you're on the ship there, give me an intelligence check to try to figure it out. Okay. And while you're kind of prepping for that there, okay. You are just confounded by this thing. It is like nothing, like this. You can see this little piece wiggles over here, and this kind of might shift over here a little bit, but nothing wants to move, and you just can't get this thing open. Like, it makes no sense to you.
Can
Turning
I?
it out in different directions there. Again, it's about the size of it's a good size of a shoebox. So maybe about like the 10, 12 inches long there, about 6 inches wide, about 6 inches high, on all sides there. It doesn't rattle around or anything. There's no, you can't hear anything loose inside of it.
Yep.
But it's just confounding you at the moment here. So walking into the room, and I love how the rolls all just came in order there. Lucas, you can definitely smell a lot more varied foods and stuff like that. There's definitely cooking, but there's a lot of bread smell. Like there's freshly cooked bread along with various cooked meats and stuff like that, and cheese and stuff. And just kind of glancing around at the different people eating there, you see a lot of people like eating sandwiches on these very ornate looking loaves of bread and big bread bowls with soup in them and all kinds of things like that. Just kind of taking it all in around there. Sora and Amethyst, you both kind of take note of the people in there, and they seem to be probably upper scale workers. Like there's no like noble attire or anything else in here, but no one's like dressed in shabby clothes, no one's in or dirty clothes or else of that. These probably are other shopkeepers or laborers who aren't in professions that way they get dirty and everything. But everyone's just sort of like, and they're pretty much all paired off in like twos or threes for the most part. They're people in low conversations, having food and drinks and such. Corbin, the one person that catches your eye, beyond just the average ones here as you're sitting down, is one person. There's a long counter. It would be a bar in most places, but it's more like just it's kind of like a delicate, like if you go into a one of those diners, there's a long counter where people would sit up there and eat by themselves. Only there's no like behind the counter. It's just the counter is up at the wall. And part of what catches your eye is that as you walk in, a little window pops open where normally the drones would fly out with food. A tankard of ale and a plate basically plunk down onto the platform there, the little counter at the end there, and start sliding down like on a little conveyor belt, all the way down toward the end, at the very end of the counter, where someone is sitting, and you just kind of watch them come to a stop there, and you just see the person just pick up their stuff there, put it in front of them, and just start going ahead and eating.
It reminds me how you're describing this reminds me of those like fancy restaurants they have in Japan where like it's like a whole thing that's like elevated, like that's just what it reminds me of. That's like
Yeah, it's a little bit. It's a little bit. There's a place I've been to called Sushi Boats, where they actually have little like water and then they put sushi on boats there, and it floats around there, and you pick up what you want. This is more just this sort of the back part of the counter has a little conveyor belt thing on it that just sort of like brings the food down on the side there. You plunk down there, the same automated voice thanking you for coming in, and want to order whatever you like. And the little coin slot is there to put in money for whatever you want to purchase.
What are some things I should try? Because we might be dying soon, so I want to eat whatever I can.
Eat whatever you feel like. Is there anything you've always wanted to try?
Yes.
Which is
Steak.
there you go.
Very, very good steak, and a potato that's baked.
You'll find that you don't have like just a plain it's a full steak, but they have steak mixed in with the things occasionally. They don't do it's more like pub foods, like a steak sandwiches.
What sort of a pub doesn't serve steak? What? Really?
A steak house would serve steak, but I've never gone to a pub and gotten a steak.
Oh, you've
like-
never been
well,
to
I
a
mean,
pub in England.
Steak sandwiches,
Pub
yeah.
would-
Yeah.
Pub would have a burger.
Yeah.
Yeah, like think on a sandwich, sure, but yeah, but they will have various potato things like that too. So, um, so
I'll take a cheeseburger. That's what I
Ex-
want.
excellent.
But instead of the burger, can it be a fish? I love fish burgers.
That's not a.
Yeah, they're the fish sandwich. Essentially, what it ended up being. Like
Mhm,
and you
mhm.
realize, like assuming it's like, oh, fish sandwich. It's like this. So, sure.
It's the same thing. Yep.
Yeah, basically, yeah. There's something on the menu called chicken bits that you're not sure what that is, and
I'll
something
try
on
it.
there called a pretzel.
What's a
Wait,
pretzel?
a pretzel or pretzel?
Chicken bits.
Pretzel.
Okay, you never know. He
Yeah,
could have got a
I was like,
pretzel named
Yeah,
after him.
it's
Like,
spelled like pretzel. So
could
that
you
isn't
imagine? You know
spelled
the
the same.
big giant pub pretzels that come with like the beer cheese and that. Like pretzel has his own dish, and those
We
does.
should
Looking over
invent,
on one of the plates there, you actually do see that somebody does have something just like that, just a big pretzel there with
I
the
want that,
little
please.
things. Okay.
we should invent a pretzel
I agree.
and give it to Nils.
Whenever we open up our bakery, that's what we'll do.
So
Yeah.
you'll order various foods there. If somebody gets the chicken bits, they're basically what they are is like chicken nuggets, but they're like shredded chicken, like mixed with cheese and then battered and deep fried with various sauces or dipping. So it's kind of like chicken nuggets, but not just like a chunk of chicken there. It's like shredded and mixed with cheese and then. So
Maybe we should order like bits of everything and then just like
Right?
there's a
try
sampler. You'll find a sampler platter. So there's a bunch of different things on it. So
Yeah, okay, we'll get 5 of those.
sure. So
Oh
a
man.
really decent amount of food comes out, and as you're kind of discussing things there, Torben, you're playing with a puzzle box, and you're getting a little bit further. There's things like this little like knob moves, and this little piece slides up, and if you move this one, then move this one, it sort of like shifts, but you still can't get the last pieces of it in place there to get the thing the lid to come off. But you are seeing
Amethyst's turn.
it's kind of how it's working. Is it?
Okay, you cast knock on this fucking thing. I'm not doing that though.
Nope.
It would
Pass
work.
it to Amethyst.
Sure, yeah, let's give it a try. Intelligence check there, Amethyst. You want to see what you end up with?
Watch me fail this terribly.
Nuh-uh. You already failed by trying to bring me back, so there's this.
Yeah, it's just not like you saw what Torben did, and you tried to recreate it there, and something didn't quite like. Okay, I tried that, and like nothing is making sense from that point. It's just like this piece isn't moving. So yeah, it just won't budge.
Sort of.
Lucas?
It's
Lucas,
Yeah, you want me to have a go?
broken.
Yeah, give us a try. Don't check that.
it's not broken. It's not broken, Torben.
If you were
I
broken,
think
would have opened it.
I think we need to just do better.
Okay.
Like that.
Mother.
So Lucas, you're like, give it here, and so you're just like click, 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 and this piece shifts up, and this thing slides over, and this thing moves back, and this thing slides out, and this thing's over here, and pretty soon you almost disassemble the top of the box, and then give it a little twist, and it pops right off there, and inside,
Loosened it for you.
Is the
Yeah.
Cenobites.
so inside, so you see that there's almost like a spongy like material of some kind on the inside of the box, and then on the lid of the box, and then inside of it. And in that spongy material, you will see 5 gemstones. The central one is about the size of a little bit larger than a golf ball.
Do they look
Um,
like they fit on a gauntlet?
No, it's the central one is a ruby, spherical cut there, really beautiful, really like, and you look at this going, this is expensive. The other 4 gems are sort of long, like spindle cut gems. They're sort of like in arrangement. There, you have the central one there, and then the gems kind of pointing toward it almost. Toward the center one there is the way it's laid out. The other gems are a emerald, an onyx, a blue topaz, and what's the 4th one? A diamond.
Wow.
Quick glancing at this, I mean, between the appraisal skills you have and seeing gems you've seen here,
The puzzle box alone was worth almost 1,000 or so.
yes, the ruby is worth easily worth 1,000 gold by itself. Potentially more with the right So like minimum of 1,000. The 4 spindle cut gems are worth 500 each. And at that, seeing Eldon finally catching on the fact that you got the box open before he did, um, before you got a chance to look at it there, informs you that, oh, those spindle cuts, I can probably recut those and make them into smaller but more valuable gems. I could easily take each 500 gold piece gem and make them into 2 400 gold piece gems if I cut them right. I have the tools and the ability to do just that. Yes, I think that would be very very good for things we could use in the future.
Wouldn't
I like that idea.
500 diamond come in handy for certain spells?
So would 2 400 diamonds.
Oh, okay. All right.
And they could also be used to make other accumulators for Manatech items as well. I've been thinking about, since we spent so much time on the ship and seeing how Manatech is used on the ship, I've had some ideas for things we could do there.
Okay.
Jim, how much was the box worth on its own?
Box was worth 1,000 by itself.
1,000 by itself. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
And the ruby was 1,000 as well.
Also 1,000, and the 4 gems worth 500 each.
I got those. Thank you.
Okay.
Shiny.
Also, in the bottom of underneath the spongy material with the gem, and you see once you put the gems up there, you can see there's something underneath the ruby, and if you slide it out there, it is actually a scroll of one sec here. I want to make sure I have the right name for this spell. One moment. Because I always forget what spells are named between different editions of D&D. So, yeah. It is a conjure elemental scroll,
Nice.
specifically for fire.
Ooh.
Written on very interesting paper that's odd to the touch. Maybe not paper at all. Maybe it might be like some sort of a leather or something, like very very finely crafted leather.
Maybe so that the fire doesn't burn it when it casts it. I don't know.
Well, realizing it mentioned that there, Eldon's. It's maybe similar to the bag that it could be strider hide, just tanned and cut very very finely.
So how does it work if you get a scroll and you don't have? It's is it wizard, druid, wizard?
It's a spell casting check. So if it's on your spell list at all, but higher level than you can normally cast, it's a spell casting check to attempt to cast it. Typically it's 10 plus. I believe it's 10 plus the level of the spell.
I thought it was only druid wizard spell though.
Hmm?
I thought it was only druids and wizards that could cast it, that had that spell on the spell list.
Potentially, yeah.
I thought anybody who could cast spells could cast the spell itself. It's just rolled it like disadvantage or something.
Oh,
I
yeah,
could be wrong.
It works for me too. I mean, yeah, you could try it.
There's no UMD anymore.
Yeah. I mean, I think what it comes down to is, I mean, you definitely could. It just, yeah, it is more difficult if it's not on your list. But you have to do it. A non-spellcaster couldn't use a scroll. That's the benefit of Manatech, is the fact that anyone can use Manatech regardless of its. If a spell scroll is still trying to follow the old rules.
Mhm.
Okay. Cool beans.
Mm-hmm. But yeah, clerics, wizards, other sorcerers, druids could probably read spell scrolls. Yes, there was an onyx stone. So yes, a red, blue, white, green, and black.
Don't those all represent dragons?
Zora, you looking at them all and listen? Yeah, they sure do.
Mm-hmm.
Aren't the light dragons of every colour though? I mean, You know.
Well, I
Well-
mean, but the specific way he was describing it, like the spiral runs were circling in toward the center. And which gem was sitting in the center?
The ruby.
The ruby, yeah. See,
Yeah,
the
yeah.
red dragon.
I mean,
Little chromatic
Sora-
dragon.
Smart, Sora.
Yeah, Sora, looking at that, you're like, you've been reading a lot about dragons,
I
and you
have
just kind of,
been.
and just looking at the arrangement of them, you're like, that's the same as Tiamat.
Mm-hmm.
Those are the colors of Tiamat's heads.
Oh, Jesus.
Mm-hmm. That's what I was
There
thinking.
is no
Mhm.
dragon iconography on the box. There is no element of other than the color of the gems. So you don't see them cut in a specific way. You don't see any symbols or anything else that would indicate it's dragons there. But it was being held by a dragon. So
Yeah, an actual dragon too.
Yeah.
Not a me. Mm-hmm.
Which we helped.
yes.
We did, yes.
I love that we helped a dragon.
You help me all the time,
Amy.
Amethyst.
So
Yeah.
in being absorbed with the box, and your food comes, and you're eating your food and everything else, and talking over plans quietly amongst yourselves and figure out where you want to go next and everything else. I would say, who's got my highest passive here? I think it's going to be, who's got the highest passive perception? Unfortunately, my sheet isn't available.
Definitely
to
not
me
me.
here.
That'd be
14.
Lucas.
I think, is it Lucas?
I think Lucas,
Mhm.
passive perception.
19 minus.
Yeah, absolutely.
There
Okay.
you go.
So Lucas, having figured out the box and handed it over, you kind of feeling drinking, eating some food and drinking a drink. You will take note that the person over in the corner on the counter that received the food on the via conveyor belt, and that Torben had taken note of earlier. You can. He sort of like keeps glancing over in your direction, and as you happen to like be looking over there, he locks eyes with you and makes sort of a little like a nod and may I approach kind of gesture.
Yeah, I'll nod back.
So the man stands up and moves over to you there, and while he's not dressed in fine clothes, he's dressed in nice clothing. He is wearing a white shirt, black vest over top of it there, kind of, and black trousers and shoes. He has very almost glistening white hair that's pulled back into a ponytail and a very large drooping white mustache as he walks up to you. You will take note of two things there. He does have a dueling sword on his left hip, or on his left hip, and you couldn't see it where he was sitting there, but he actually has a pistol on his right hip of some kind. There, it's holstered, so you can't really see what the design is, other than the handle sticking out there. But you've seen them before. Like, oh, hello there. I think we have an associate in common here. My name is Lecter Schulich, and I may have information for you if you are the people that I expect to be seeing. He kind of glances over at all of you. I believe you helped out an associate of mine, one pest control this morning.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yes, yes. Well, I did provide him with some information. I hope it was helpful. He said you might need some other information as well. I happen to be quite knowledgeable of this city and its denizens, and I have connections to other places among the realm. And uh, you realize in fact, the pest control worked for the syndicate, and this guy if you had somewhat danced around it there, he's probably also with the syndicate as well. Um, Information, specifically, the location of one, one specific ship out on one of the docks, and potentially the whereabouts of those who may have been on the ship. We have
Intruder alert!
Yes. Oh
Intruder
no.
alert! So cute.
Too cute. Or glittery kitty in the background. I may be able to provide other information around the city if you have questions, um, or I can at least point you in the right direction if you wish other things. I've been made aware by my associates in Port Orish that you have a pressing need to find someone and deal with them.
Yep.
And, while I cannot offer specific assistance around that endeavor, I can at least point you, help you on your way.
Sounds good. Have you eaten?
Oh yes, actually, the pretzels
Okay.
and the various dipping sauces is quite lovely.
Agreed.
Yeah.
And I hold up the rest of my.
Yes.
Well, help yourself if you want anything here.
Oh, I'll be fine. Thank you very much.
Mhm.
So
Maybe a question.
yes.
Do you know who we would speak to? Say we didn't want to ship a particular airship to leave.
Hmm.
Who would we talk about maybe getting it grounded?
We could just speak with the dock masters and make sure that maybe uh, a temporary hold will be placed on a ship, maybe for an inspection of some kind. Um, if there's a suspicion of illicit activity, I could definitely see if that could be arranged.
We
Right.
are tracking the serial
Um,
killer, so yeah,
Amethyst,
absolutely.
would
But
you
isn't
mind
that going to get somebody murdered? That's what worries me. Sorry, Tobin, what were you going to say?
I'm gonna just point to my head to get her to know that it's gonna to link with her telepathically,
Okay.
and the rest of the group can hear too, obviously, if they're in it, because it's not like hidden.
Unless you cast telepathic bond, there's no
Yeah, I
way for
haven't cast
everybody at
telepathic bond
once.
yet.
That's
I'll
fine.
But you
save
could
that
I
just
don't
for
want
you
now.
other
just,
people to hear it.
you
Yeah,
could just ping it around. It's fine. Yeah.
but maybe we hold his ship for as long as possible, and that'll buy us some time. Maybe bribe a person who's in charge or something of that sort, and maybe that will buy us maybe a day, possibly. And then we look, and then we find out things, um, and we be prepared.
Alden was talking about infiltrating it and, flying it off and then feather falling back down and stuff and letting it just go so that
It's not,
he doesn't have one anymore.
but infiltrating is not a terrible idea. But all of us doing it would be, um, what's
Oh,
the
yeah.
word? Suicidal.
Terrible idea.
But maybe one person could that's good at stealth. But I don't think flying it up into the air because that's going to cause quite the scene. But maybe there's a way we could dismantle the inner workings from inside. A few cut wires, a few dings in a particular place. And what do you guys think?
He leans over to Eldon. Do they do this a lot? Just looking back and forth at each other like this.
I just hold a
Oh,
pretzel up to the guy, like
oh.
there's like mustard, like hot mustard dripping off my like cheek, and then I just hold it up to him like this.
I'll
Yes,
say telepathically to him. We do it sometimes, but don't worry.
a very useful ability. Yes.
Anyway, I am so sorry about that, sir.
Uh,
I just
und-
wanted to convey something. It wasn't about you. I think you're really, really
Thank you very
I,
much.
yes.
I There are a number of potential avenues of information I can explore for you. I do have someone in the area of Dock 7 who is watching the ship and the comings and goings of anyone there. We've kept one of my associates to work there. So
What is
I can tell, I can, uh, if you are over in that area, I will give you a way to contact him and get more information from him specifically.
what is the name of the ship?
Uh, it seems to be the Shadow's Call. I don't think that's actually its original name. It seems to have been changed There's no ship on amongst the registries of that name, but it is what the name that was given. We did look up that information, and it's not a ship that is among the registry of airships,
So,
especially of that class. Those are normally merchant class ships.
so what I've read, if someone buys or pertains a ship that's already been named, they must rename it. So the good chance that Wraith or a compatriot stole or bought the airship that was already named.
Which is potential. There's also issues of salvage and such for ships that have been lost. I We haven't had time to really delve into the naval, to the maritime and airship registries to see if other ships have been lost. This could match one of those descriptions, but it is always possible. Yes.
So,
Would you,
is there any way of letting your friend who is in charge of Dock 7 know that if anyone in Dravia is murdered, especially by magical means, that the person who is heading back to that ship is going to be the person responsible?
I don't want to sound alarmist here, but a city of this size, spotting one murder in any timely fashion is going to be very difficult. Um, it happens, unfortunately, though it is a wonderful city. It is potentially with many, many thousands of people living in one place over such a large area. Tracking one murder is very difficult. I will say, um, my associate has been watching and may have more information about where the people from the ship went to. I have not checked in with him as of yet. I intend to do so soon, but if you're going in that area, you can speak with him directly.
Yeah, okay, that sounds good. We do need to find out which direction they headed.
Is there anything else among the city you wish um, to look into?
I mean, if we can take care of this, we could probably do with going to the academy at some point. We also wanted to investigate the fact that the teleportation circle's been destroyed recently.
Yes, that was a very strange thing to happen at the academy. It was not a. The damage was very specific from what the reports I'm seeing now. Um, it was targeted specifically. It is it was done in such a way that it can't be easily repaired. The uh, chamber was such, the foundation of the chamber itself was cracked, and simply plastering over will damage the circle to the point where it won't actually function anymore. So it can be used with someone who can like to leave, but to actually enter through that circle is not working at this point.
We think that
Someone knew
that
what they
was,
were doing.
we tend to travel that way, so we think that that was targeted because we were heading here. Well, I mean, maybe we're just paranoid. Maybe I'm just paranoid, but I'm pretty sure that's.
Well, it happened. It happened well over a week ago. So, and
Yeah,
as far as I
okay.
know, the ship that you're after got here less than at this point a little over 24 hours ago.
Yeah, but they came from Bilgewater. Made a couple of stops to murder people on the way, but they've been travelling for several days.
So,
As have we.
it kind of like you can see him kind of like doing the mental calculations. It would be approximately a minimum of a 10-day trip, most likely 2 weeks with the size of that vessel, unless it was enhanced in some way. Um, that's uh, someone is varying. If that is the case, then someone has resources here. Somebody must have a contact here that did such a thing.
I'm sure they do.
Hmm.
I'm sure they've got contacts everywhere.
are there any other teleportation circles that could be used?
I believe the Wizard Guild itself may have one potentially, and I'm sure I'm sure there's one on the island you recently visited this morning, as it is a conjuration
Ah,
specialties and such. I have no doubt that Master Embardio will be able to has access to a circle as well, especially as is one of the other owners of the island. There is a specialist in teleportation magic.
And we did just save his life, so maybe he'll let us use his. Might be easier than going to the wizard skill thing. Tower. What's it?
I mean, I'm sure he would be very appreciative, and um, it, as I understand it, the endeavor cost him nothing other than potentially some a bit of an injury and some recovery time.
Mm-hmm.
Speak to him.
Then yeah, we should go speak to him.
All right then. He pauses a moment there, just a moment, please, and he pulls out looks like a twig about maybe 6 to 8 inches long, somewhere in there. It's kind of a rough looking piece of it's like a stick basically, and he murmurs something over top of it, and just kind of like his speaks something under his breath there, some arcane phrases or something, and then he like, all right then. So if you are in the area of in the vicinity of Dock 7, simply take this stick and break it, and my associate will be alerted to your presence and will make himself known. Um,
Wow.
he will he will be hard to miss. He does tend to stand out when he um, uh, removes his cloak and such. It is a tabaxi. You don't look like a tabaxi at all there. White fur, odd color eyes.
Nice.
Person, how weird.
A fancy circlet of some kind as well. But, his name is Ice.
Any idea where he's from?
I'm not sure exactly. I mean, he's been here in the city for quite a long time, as far as I know. Um, so, I
I'll
mean,
temporarily drop my disguise and just go. That's where
I thought I did. Thought I recognized the accent a little bit. So, you see, I'm sure he's probably originally from the same region as you. Most of actually are, but he's been a member. He's been working here for quite a number of years. So, I don't know what brought him here exactly. I don't delve into people's pasts unless it becomes necessary.
Okay.
Uh, well,
I look forward to meeting your friend.
yes, he's, he is a he is a very helpful young man.
I'm sure.
And in talking with him, you realize he's probably somewhere. It's hard to say pinpoint his age exactly because the white hair throws you off, but he's very lean and fit. He has kind of the wrinkles around his eyes a little bit, but other than that, you can't really tell his age. Anywhere from somewhere between late, like maybe 50s through 60s. So,
Elmi's here.
Ellie, you made it. Excellent.
Oh my gosh,
So,
I did make it. I'm so late.
no worries.
Totally
We're
did
just
it on
chatting.
purpose.
All right. So to quick recap, so you're up to speed. They are speaking with a member of the syndicate, an information broker who works with the syndicate here in Dravier. Specifically, the person who got the information about where Wraith's ship had landed and got pest control, some other information you needed to track down Bernathi's whereabouts and such. Pretty in the know kind of guy.
Hey, sweet.
You guys are back in off the clock, getting some food. And absolutely, that's so, but with a big droopy mustache. So, okay, cool.
Okay. Yep.
So, quick shuffle of cameras here, and then we'll be ready to go.
Yay.
Turn this down.
Got a baby face now. I trimmed my beard gracefully.
Oh my gosh.
No,
Wow,
you're
what's
like
going
8
on?
inches. Come on, man.
I know.
Kids always exaggerating about their length. What the heck? That's like a quarter now.
it's a 4.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Looks nice.
That's
Very
on
good.
Wednesdays.
Very tidy.
So, Lecter here, Lecter Stulich is his name, is able to give you some more information and a couple of leads. So if there's anything else you wish to ask him before you depart, you guys can choose what you want to do next.
Yes. Just a question. Are you a dragon?
No, I'm very much human.
Okay.
I
Thank
have
you.
never
I'm going
really
to be
been
asking
anywhere.
for everybody now. Okay. So,
Uh,
Not everybody's going to be a dragon, Corbin.
I
but
mean,
you don't
I
know if you don't ask.
this is true.
And if they're a dragon and they're hiding themselves being a dragon, the chances are they wouldn't tell you if they were.
But the chances are never 0.
Okay.
Yes.
Just the defeat. I look at the camera and she just face palms. I'm like, yes, Torben. Okay. And just like nods her head. Anyway, continue.
Yeah.
Right. So, I will take my leave for now. If you wish any other information here, simply uh, um, well, I assume you have ways of getting in contact with someone. You've met me, so you can always use sending magics and such to speak with me again, and I can meet you either here or somewhere else of your choosing.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. It's been very helpful and a pleasure meeting you.
You as well. Good luck in your endeavors, and don't destroy anything too much.
Hopefully not.
I
Snap
am
my disguise
considering
back
though.
on.
Yes. Definitely destroying one thing though. Yes. Yes.
Just a person, hopefully. Or, you know,
Well,
people.
I was also thinking of why not just blow up the entire ship?
Alden, I don't think we need that. I don't think we need to do that. I think that we'd be in trouble.
I think the idea of an artificer type person there blowing up an airship would be like a horse enthusiast, like taking out a
Murdering.
horse.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah.
yes.
Taking horse
Yes.
like for his
Yes.
dinner.
It would hurt
Disabling,
me deep
yes.
to my soul. However, it would stop any future shenanigans.
Yeah,
Yes.
but we were talking about, like, you know, flying it off and then feather falling back and letting it just go. Not like actually fireballing the damn thing. I mean, I don't think that's a good idea. I think it's going to cause a lot of unwanted attraction to us, and I think that we need to be as quiet and as sneaky as possible without causing any.
While you were eating Eldon, I did have an idea of dismantling it from the inside or disabling it from the inside.
But Mr. Connery here did actually say that he has a person at Dock 7 who can temporarily block the ship from leaving should they go back to it.
Ooh, that is a good thing. Yes.
Yes.
Um,
that was
But option 1 could be I set off a small explosion in the main chamber, causing obviously complete destruction of his way of travel. Is one option. Although I do agree, it would be sad to destroy such a beautiful form of technology. So that would be depressing.
It's not as nice as ours.
Yes, but it is fast. So how about we steal the thing?
How was this faster?
no.
Was-
When we
Actually, much slower.
It's much, much slower.
Oh,
Yes.
I thought-
Yes,
Oh.
indeed.
I would say this. So you having served on it there, and just to remind you, that Captain Anthos from the Sable's Call, Disabled Drake, sorry, did specify that that class of ship is very reliable and it can make good time, but they do have to basically recharge, like the Disabled Drake used to have to. So unless it's modified with an extra bank of lift, extra accumulators or whatever else that to power everything more multiple times, it's not going to make the travel time that other ships might make. So it might be faster in the short run, but not in the long run. Because a smaller ship, so it's more maneuverable.
so good sprinter, not so much for the long haul.
Yeah, yeah. Definitely get outrun by your ship easily over any real distance.
However, if we could, once we kill Wraith and Amethyst, we will kill Wraith. I think we should take the ship for ourselves and see what we can do with it. Maybe sell it or something. But that is another story. We need to worry about. If my idea works on getting it grounded for a little bit, that'll give us some more time to find Wraith and deal with that accordingly. But I'm sure there's things that we need to do here first. But other than that, I am all ears.
I do love the idea of having two airships, one of them much faster, and also taking his capability away from using it. Yes?
That's the main thing, yes.
Yes. However, we do not know where he is in the city, correct? So
We can find out.
We,
We've got a stick. We need to break the stick and call it a tabaxi to us. And I can't remember where he said we needed to go.
Oh,
Where did he say we
wait.
needed to go?
out of
Dock
con-
7.
Wait, don't worry.
Look, we
I
go
have a
to Dock
stick.
7. We go to Dock 7. There's a magical stick here.
I just love you like holding up the stick.
We
Oh.
break the stick, right? And then a white tabaxi comes and says, "Hello, I'm a white tabaxi, and I know where Wraith is." And then we go, "Thank you very much." And then we might give him a hug or something, and then we'll go find Wraith and
Ask
kill
if
him.
she's a dragon.
That's
He
very
won't be a
simplistic.
dragon. He's a tabaxi.
You know,
She's gonna be
Draven,
dragons.
the thing is, Mr. Torben, is that with the exception of that one dragon, it is so improbable that another dragon would be on our plane of existence.
Improbable, yes, but not impossible. I know this.
Right, but I could run you through the math, but we would be here quite a bit. It is. I hate to use the word impossible, but it is near that. Yes.
Near that, yes, I understand.
So
Near impossible.
I
The
do
chances
not.
of a golden retriever ripping your face off are
While they're
almost
looking at each other, I'm going to change my appearance again so I look like a dragonkin.
Okay.
And then
That
when they
dragon-
look at me,
So also, Eldon, while food was happening and before talking with this elder gentleman-like person there from the syndicate, they did manage to open up the puzzle box, and inside were 5 gems.
Aw.
Sora recognized as matching the colors of Tiamat's heads.
Sora was really clever. You'd have been so
And,
proud of her.
Yeah, so a fairly large ruby in the center there with 4 others that all match the other colors. You're realizing that the central gem is about 1,000 gold pieces by itself, and the
Oof.
other ones are 500 each. And you realize based on the cut there, you could probably recut them to be 400 each. So into 2 400 gems instead of 1 500. So
Wowza. Okay.
if you wish to do so, you could do that
Yeah.
when you have some time, obviously.
And
Yes,
one of them's
yeah.
a diamond.
Yes, one is a diamond.
Ooh, good. I need that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
it's that
Oh,
Zora's gonna hold on to it for a hot minute before
Yeah.
we do anything, though.
Yeah.
The box was very difficult to open. It was a puzzle box. Lucas managed to do it before you got a chance you got your turn with it. So
Which,
Um,
Mr. Lucas, we need to discuss these things.
Yeah.
I would like first dibs at puzzles. Yes.
you were distracted. You weren't
met
paying
me, right,
attention.
Eldon?
Also, come on, time.
I know. I totally lost track of time.
we have a lot of
gosh.
people obsessed with puzzles in the game in the group, so it's
Yeah.
like okay.
Yep. So with that in mind, you have finished up your food. It is probably about 6 o'clock now. So it's still not quite sundown yet, but it is starting to get a little bit darker outside. The sun is starting to go down here. And so just so you're aware, this part of the world here, the sun is gonna it's setting in the west. Rising east sets in the west. So it takes a lot longer for the sun to come up because you're cresting over the Erie Mountains to the east, which is a massive mountain range. So it's kind of a lopsided sun up, sundown schedule based on this part of the world. So, but with that in mind, you have a couple of leads and a couple of things to check out. So where would you like to go?
Dock 7.
Going to Dock
Dock
7, baby.
Yep. Dock 7.
Okay. All right. So As I say, it takes about a half an hour on foot. Is a number of miles away. You're able to make through the streets there fairly easily. While the streets are somewhat crowded in spots there because it's sort of that between day shift and night shift kind of thing like that. By the time you get there, the sun will be definitely going down, and you'll see actually there are various people walking along, activating lanterns, essentially street lights, along, especially along the main streets. So you'll see them just sort of like the person just walking along, give you a little twist to each lamp as they walk along there and check things over. Occasionally, there'll be one that isn't working properly, so they have to either fiddle with it or mess with it up there and then kind of readjust it. But they all seem to be some sort of Manatech / enchanted lamps of some kind. That are up on poles and anything else, or on the sides of buildings and everything. So by the time you get to Dock 7, the sun's getting low on the horizon there. The shadows are lengthening. It's not quite nighttime yet, but you're getting close. You head to Dock 7, which is, roughly on this kind of off on this side over here, where the dock side is over here. As you pass along the waterway, you will see the massive buildings. Actually, a couple things on the way here, because you are walking by a number of landmarks on the way. You will see a large square tower right just before you reach Dock 5. Dock 5 is the central dock there, and it's where a lot of large airships are parked, which are obviously military make. Almost every ship there has actual weapons mounted on it, or gun ports, or things like that. And you will see also kind of a central, almost on display dock is a massive dark wooden galleon, which those of you know any history at all recognize the Dauntless, the first, the oldest airship still in action, and the only one of its kind. That being on your right side as you're walking in there. On the left, you will see some very large, obviously nobility structures and like that. Some like the government buildings and some a large, almost like keep building there, where maybe you would assume the royal family would be based. And then a little ways from that would be this massive square tower that's the site of the Wizards Guild. Moving along, as you start to approach Dock 7, you will see the large structures right here that indicate the Grand Academy. Kind of this dome-like structure right here with the spire on it. And around the side, you will eventually reach Dock 7, which is very much a bustling trade dock. Similar to Dock 2, but this one, whereas Dock 2 has more visitors, this one has a lot of ships that are obviously merchant ships in nature. Varying sizes, but not really anything in the way of combat type prowess. A lot of transport vessels and merchant vessels and such, and a number of vessels that are fairly large that obviously are, well, especially to Eldon's eye here, are not airships. They're meant to travel across the lake and such, because this lake is massive. You cannot see the other side of the lake. It is on the horizon. On the horizon, all you see is water stretching out in every direction.
Lake
and some of these
Erie
ships,
or like
like
Gulf
Lake
of-
Erie, yeah, right.
Okay.
Probably on the nature, probably Lake Michigan actually. It's
Okay.
about, so being on one side, you can't see the other side. Obviously, it's on the order of that scale, yeah. So
Lake.
as you approach Dock 7, you kind of looking around. It's fairly busy. People moving about. Even though it is starting to get dark at this point. But you're able to pick a spot, and you want to break the stick.
On the way there, can I work out what the hell spell he put on this stick?
Give me an Arcana check, since you're the one holding it.
Jim, while she's doing that, I'm going to be staring at this gem See if there's anything funky. Well, not gem,
Why
but
is with the shit rolls today?
Which one- the ruby?
the whole thing, just as a
Um,
collective.
They don't seem to be. You don't see them kind of shift or change in any way. There's no sort of weird glow from them at any point. They just seem to be, as far as you can tell, normal gemstones, well made, well cut gemstones, very valuable. But as far as you can tell, there's no sort of like enchanted aura about them or something anything weird about them, from what you can tell.
Alden.
Mhm.
Alden. He's not listening again, is he? He's
He-
never
he-
listening.
He's talking to him.
He's looking off at some of the airships in the harbor.
Alden.
Yes. Sorry,
Hi.
my son is just walking in the room.
Oh,
trying to
okay.
talk to me.
Sorry.
And
Can you
yes.
do an Arcana check on this twig? I want to know what spells on it.
Oh, yes. Just one moment. I can actually identify the object. Yes.
Sure.
Yes. Oh, I'll say hi, everyone.
He just took like a regular stick and.
He also got a
Yes,
haircut
just like
today.
that. Yeah.
Yeah. I would like to cast Identify on
Okay, sure,
ritual casting while we're walking.
sure. No problem. You kind of pause occasionally. You have to kind of be steered away from running into something because you're in the middle of casting a spell and trying to do it while you're walking, which is a bit tricky. But you're used to like reading a book while you're walking or writing in a book while you're walking, so it's not too bad for you. You actually are able to figure out that this is a fairly minor spell. It effectively acts a little bit like a message cantrip. But instead of like having it where you speak a message, it sort of like just sends an alert to someone, and sort of a pre-programmed, sort of almost like a pre-programmed message that has a much wider range than message. So it seems to be something with about probably a couple of mile range, maybe. And yeah, that's sure the exact parameters there. But you're a very brief message, like only a few words of like come here or go to this place or something else or watch what you're doing or just anything along those nature there. So it's similar it's essentially a first level version of message that has a wider range and as a pre-programmed message.
This is a truly interesting spell. I don't believe I've ever encountered before. Yes.
Half message, half magic mouth.
Yes. It is. I am. In fact, I would like to copy this later on. Maybe I can attach this to a few things. It would be very interesting and handful. But yes, it will send out a small message to your tabaxi friend.
Cool.
Yes.
Yep.
All right, I'll take it back then and go.
Okay.
Snap.
It just sort of like it just nothing seems to happen. You sort of wait for a moment there, and like, that was kind of anticlimactic. But as you're kind of looking around there, a little bit, maybe a couple of minutes or so go by, and
He does what he wants. He'll come when he's ready.
so you will eventually hear and you look, and there's a cloaked figure who's kind of standing off to your left. The group of you there, wherever you're have parked yourselves, there are some benches and stuff on the roads you can kind of sit on, or
Kind of
areas
like
you
at
can
the
kind of
edge of an alleyway type of thing.
Yeah. So not a problem there, and you'll see him, and he's just standing on the street there, cloak up. You are the ones who I'm supposed to help, yes?
Yes.
Good,
Indeed.
good. And he takes takes the hood of his cloak down there, and you see a white furred tabaxi, one blue eye, one green eye. His ears are very large up on his head, and he's wearing a very odd looking circlet of some kind. It kind of branches around, and it actually kind of frames his eyes in like a triangle around there, but there's no lenses or glasses or anything else. That just kind of frames around his eyes there, and then wraps up around his ears, and you will see the ends of the circlet actually go into his ears. They kind of tuck into his ears.
Oh.
There's also in the center on the forehead there a fairly decent size, kind of a turquoise stone, smooth polished stone, in the center, kind of up between his ears on the forehead. Amethyst, one thing you will note, being a tabaxi yourself, is that tabaxi have very expressive ears. They twitch a lot. They flop a lot. They kind of it's sort of like one of the ways that tabaxi are said to be able to have a conversation with each other without saying a word and just like looking at their ears twitching. You can get a lot of mood and expression from just the way the ears move and that. His ears don't move. Like they're perfectly still on his head,
Huh? That's weird.
which is very weird. You're like it's kind of an odd thing. It's like there's something wrong with this guy, and potentially there is. But he, hello, I am an associate of Lecter's, and he told me to help you and to keep an eye on the ship out there in the dock. Is that correct? Yes.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Did you see where they went when they came off it?
I did. Yes. I I watched where they went to, and then came back to watch the ship itself. I know the place where some individuals left. They were obviously uh, keeping their identities secret. There were uh, uh, let's see, there were I believe 3 humans, a shorter, maybe dwarfen person, and a taller, cloaked person. I couldn't see who that was. And that was all that I saw leave the ship. I have
That's
not
very
been
helpful.
close to
Thanks.
look on the ship, but I have seen some people on the docks of the ship, on the deck of the ship there, a human and smaller figures who are keeping themselves pretty well hidden. They are shorter stature, kind of pointing to Eldon, approximately your size.
They will probably be goblins.
Ah, that would be why they didn't leave the ship. All right then. Good to know. Good to know. But my manners. I am eyes. Eyes and ears is my name.
Eyes and ears. That's an
Yes,
interesting name.
it is what I do. And you will see him. Like I say, the whole time he's speaking, his ears never twitch, his ears never shift, which is just honestly somewhat weirding you out, Amethyst. It's
I
like,
can't help but ask him about. I know it sounds a bit rude, but I'm going to say I don't want to be rude, but your ears are fascinating me. I was just wondering.
yes, I am deaf, and you realize as you've talked into you, he pauses. There's a little bit of a pause before he replies to you each time. This device, and he points to the circlet there, lets me hear things. But my ears are they don't work.
Wow, I did
Oh,
actually wonder.
but this also allows me to spy on things occasionally. Just a moment, and he sort of like puts his hand against the wall, and you just see him sort of like his eyes just go blank for a second. Yes, I believe they're still at the location. They have well, maybe I can't tell. I have not seen anyone come or go from the location since they left. And he sort of leaves back, and his eyes sort of like go animated again.
Wow.
It is. I have a remote sensor that I can use to look at places in various places. I can focus on different places where I've set up my sensors and watch what happens.
That's amazing.
And you can see one thing. One thing. I mean, those of you with any arcane knowledge are also realizing that what he's wearing is obviously magical, enchanted in some way. But the details of it you can't really tell without examining it closer. So
can we,
What?
can we see the ship that he's?
he will kind of like reach out and point to so it is berth number 14 there. If you look and he starts counting them off, and you can kind of see, and you will see bobbing in the water, well, not bobbing, but just like resting in the water there against one of the docks there, is a very nondescript looking merchant vessel airship. You see the side sails tucked away. You see the mast sails, two masts, um, fairly modest looking sails. They're all rolled up and such. Definitely smaller than the Drake by about a third. And probably and not as tall either. So it probably only has a 2-deck ship instead of the 3 decks like the Drake has.
Um,
So you don't see any movement on it from where you are right now. You can't quite make out details. It's pretty far off in around the docks there, but you can see where it's at.
I'm like petting my owl. Yes. How would we feel about a quick flyby?
Sure.
Is
You have
Um,
a familiar, is that right?
Yes, I actually have a couple of them. The
Very useful,
device,
yes.
yes, the device you are wearing, I am most intrigued. Did you craft that yourself or enchant it yourself?
No, I had it made to specifications, and it's sort of been enhanced over the years that I've been working and saving up money to make it better and better. It initially only let me hear things. Now it lets me see things more clearly and to be able to create remote viewing and remote observation orbs as well.
How fascinating!
So effectively, it does clairvoyance, clairaudience, and you can set up multiple triggered locations for them within a certain range.
Oh, that's super fun. Yes. So,
Oh,
thank you so much, eyes and ears.
Yes. I will be in the vicinity here if you wish any more information. I have been periodically looking in on the place there, but I do have a limited time I can spend remote viewing per day. So I am reaching my limits for the day. I try to watch throughout the day here, but as far as I know, so he will tell you the place that this individual, the crew, small crew left. Uh, they went to uh, well, they went to the Corwin mansion.
oh,
Yes,
it is, and he kind of points to. You see that little inlet there, and he points to a spot there, kind of to the around the corner from Dock 8, so kind of like around this way here. There's actually a small like river inlet there, and on the kind of the point jutting out from the inlet, you can just barely make out in the distance there a house on the edge of the water.
that is the Corwin mansion there. I don't know what he would be doing there. I hope it's nothing. Corwin is a very um, wonderful man, and I would hate to see anything happen to him. So I have been trying to watch periodically to make sure there's no trouble. But that is where he went.
well, the tall guy that you saw get off the ship is a serial killer, so I guess we'd better hurry up and go across there and make sure your friend is okay.
Well, he's not my friend. He's a very important man. He is one of the foremost um, philanthropist of the city. Um, he has done much for many people.
What did you say he was?
A philanthropist, someone who
Oh,
helps other people. Yes,
okay.
yes. He has a number of work programs for the underprivileged, schools, orphanages, and such around the city that he takes care of people.
Hmm.
Mm, uh, above table, you don't think he's one of the shattered souls?
Possibly. He's either going to be somebody that he can use or somebody he can murder. So, you know, sounds like he might be a nice guy, so probably a victim.
I want to steal the ship, but kind of feel like we need to go and.
Yeah.
So, Lucas, one of the last things that you did scry, I believe, on the ship itself, or did you scry on one of the? What was the last scrying you did? I should say. You remember?
It was on the ship itself.
It was on the ship itself there. And you also scryed on, I believe, on one of the mana technicians at one point. Is that right?
I think I was. Yeah.
Okay.
No, I was going to, but I didn't actually do it.
Okay. Okay. So just checking there. Okay. All right.
Yeah, for
You managed to
curiosity,
scry on the priestess or the monk guy that's with the priestess, but okay.
if we've
All
got,
right.
if we're in a safe location, we've got time. I will scry on the minor technician.
Okay. Which one, the human or the dwarf?
The one I only saw one of them. So
Oh,
the
that's
one
right.
I
It,
saw.
it was the human. That's right. Okay. Yes. All right. Because they were walking up on deck. That's right. All right.
Does Isones know any way of getting a message to the guy that lives there to say, if you have anywhere to lock yourself in, do so? Someone's coming to help.
Well, the person went there well over a day ago. If so, as far as I know,
Oh,
no trouble has been reported or anything, but I haven't seen anyone leave specifically. I don't know that. I can't view everywhere around the area. I've just been watching the wave back and forth from here. They have not been back yet. They have not been back as of yet.
All right. Well, just if they do come back, try not to let them leave if you can.
All right. Um, hmm. I will see if I can speak with the dockmaster to put a hold on their ship. I don't often get to do something like that, but I will try. Yes.
And if anything has happened to him, I will message you to let you know, so you can put things in motion with the dockmaster, if that's okay.
All right then. I will do so. I will speak with some of the other people here. I will talk with the syndicate folks and make sure that one of them that has more sway over the dockmaster than I do. I am just an observer for the most part. So yes, I will do so.
Thank you
Yes.
so much, Isones. You've been so invaluable.
Thank you very much, and I will see you soon. Hopefully.
And it's sort of like it's you realize that talking to them, he's probably a few years younger than you. Probably more like his early 20s at this point. Um, so how long he's been here? If he's been here for years, he must have come here pretty young age. So,
Mhm.
so, so you see the ship where it is on berth number 14. You can see around essentially. So from where you are, right about probably here, it's going to be up and around this way to just beyond this point over here. So roughly maybe about another 2 miles or so to get around to there. So a good 15-minute walk, depending on how fast you want to push yourselves. Sorry, a
Very.
few miles. No, more like a half an hour walk there if you want to, unless you want to really hoof it.
Jim, you confused me a bit. Is it on dock 8 or dock 7 now?
So, the ship is on dock 7. The Corwin mansion is around past dock 8. Yeah, sorry. Yeah, yeah. So, yeah, it's a lot to keep track of there. I know. I was like, and I realized I put it in the wrong spot last time. So, yeah. So 7, 8, and there is a ninth dock on the far side there. So basically, it's like 7, 8, and the Corwin mansion is between 8 and 9, essentially.
Right. Yeah.
Um,
So 10 minutes, my scrying.
Yeah, so you start your trying to scrying there, scrying on the human. I'm not going to roll because I mean he's not in really a position to resist at this point there, and he frankly probably wouldn't care. So you will spot your scrying sensor will become active, and I will do one roll, however, just to see. Okay. Um, actually, one more roll. Okay. So, what you will see is a fairly quick flash of you are in it is a darkened place. I mean, not pitch black, but I mean, not really kind of dimly lit. You realize you're probably you're probably on below decks on the ship itself, and you see the human manotechnician there, kind of sitting at a table. And as the scrying sensor sort of comes into view, it sort of forms, he sort of glances up and doesn't like look right at it, but sort of looks in the general direction of the sensor because it is sort of a little bit of a, though it's invisible, there's sort of a wavering point in the air that the scrying sensor sort of comes into view there. And then, like, you realize, looking down at him, he's sitting at the table there, you will see that there is a, what appears to be a goblin sitting across the table next from him, who then sort of like looks at the guy and looks up in the same direction that he was looking up in. He sort of squints up there, not knowing what he's looking at, but you sort of see from this kind of point of view, the human and a goblin sitting across the way there, both, and the human sort of turns away once he sees it up there, and the goblin sort of looking back and forth between him and kind of like squinting and trying to figure out what he's looking at, what he's seeing, but doesn't do anything specifically. That's what you take in there for the moment.
This is just the two of them in the room.
That's all you can see right now. Can you hear through a scrying? I thought so. You can, can't you?
Yeah, see and hear.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you'll see.
What's that?
I have no idea. And you can even through remote sensing, through scrying, through your insights into the guy's obviously lying. He knows what it is. And the goblin's just like kind of like squinting and looking at him.
Hey, come here.
And you will hear some footsteps kind of come into view as a second goblin kind of like moves into the view, the frame.
What is that?
And the second goblin looks up there. At any point during the segment, you can wink out the spell if you want. But this is what you're seeing there. So
Do I recognize the second goblin?
they just seem to be nondescript goblins. They're definitely, they don't look like anyone you've seen before specifically, but you haven't seen too many of the actual, like, too many of the goblin entourage essentially. They'll kind of look the same to you, unfortunately, because you don't really know the differences between goblins. They're definitely
So
dressed
racist.
differently. But what I'm saying is that you don't recognize them as anyone specifically. So what I'm saying is that they both look like goblins. They don't have any features that you recognize, etc. So this one, he sort of look like looking up there.
I don't know what that is. Maybe we should should we message it in?
How are they seeing it? Isn't it invisible?
So it's not invisible completely. It's sort of like a wavering spot in the air, and so it's kind of like looking at the predator kind of thing. There's a wavering effect in the air there. So, and the second one,
He's like, I don't know what that is. But should we message it in? I don't know.
And so the first one,
No, not doing anything. Yeah, we'll just tell them when they get back.
So anything else you want to do there? You can't really move it at that point, so it's sort of stationary view of kind of overlooking where he's at.
No, I'll just let it drop at that point.
So yeah, and so it fades into view as two goblins and the mana technician there, and the last thing you'll kind of see is the human, the mana technician there will just be kind of looking down with his hand sort of in front of him and just sort of like shaking his head slowly. No. And that's that. You can't anyway, but you can definitely see he's like looking down the table, shaking his head.
Yeah, okay.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that's what you see there. What would you like to do next? You've verified the meditation is on board. There's at least two goblins on there, and they seem to have a way to message somebody if needed.
We need
Yeah, but I don't know where the other one is, unfortunately. If we were both together, I might have.
we do
Attempted
need
something.
to get the technician off that ship. I think maybe our best thing to do instead of the mansion is to actually take out his way of travel. Yes?
That was already the plan, yes.
Yes. So we leave him at the mansion while he's distracted. We go to the ship. We take the ship.
That
Agreed.
ship isn't going to.
There's two
I mean,
goblins in
certainly
there.
he has lieutenants. Goblins won't be much of an issue, but if we
Lucas,
do this, we have to do it quiet. Oh, sorry, Jim.
I just want to make some point
Yeah,
just
no,
while you guys are talking
no,
here.
100%.
Lucas, something as they're talking, something dawns on you that kind of putting two and two together is that the dwarf was not in view. The dwarf and Eyes said that a dwarf was with Wraith going into the city.
Right, yeah.
So it suddenly you sort of clicks into place here that the dwarf was taken off the ship. And based on the body language and everything else, the human, realizing that someone was scrying, was like, "No, don't do that." Like, was
Yeah.
almost in a small panic.
Yeah, I'll say this. I'll tell them that.
This wraith of yours, Amethyst, is the most frustrating individual I have
He's
ever
not
had to deal with. In all of my 98 years of living, I am very annoyed.
Me too. I hate him. He's not my wraith. I don't
Oh.
want anything to do with him.
We need to talk about something before it happens. I don't want any surprises. Assuming we get on the ship without Wraith's knowledge with him and the dwarf, what do we do to take out the goblins? I personally I don't know them. I don't know much of goblins just from what I've read. I've seen one or two, but they are people, and some of these people might not be that bad. They just might be crew members. So how do we isolate that?
Are we not going to the mansion?
No, we are.
Oh, it's not an issue at the moment then. Just go to the mansion first.
It's not bad to plan it out before we do it, though.
I mean, if there's a chance that the guy's still alive, then at least we can try to do something.
Oh, let's go.
And if not, then Wraith, while he's there, is away from the main city. And
Yeah.
if he's still there.
Okay. So, leaving the ship behind, Eyes will sort of like kind of fade back into the alleyway that you were standing by here, just sort of kind of getting out of view. We'll just sort of see him. He doesn't like go invisible or just disappear. He sort of like just backs into the alleyway, kind of just out of view of the main street at least. And says that he'll be in the area if you need him. And essentially, if he's not here, he will be over at any mentions a cafe that's down the street. And he kind of points to where it is there.
I'll either be here or I will be over there. But I will stay in the area to watch what's happening. Good luck to you all, and it was very nice to meet you.
Thank you so much, and it was nice to meet you too.
Okay. So unless there's anything else you want to do, you start heading toward the Corwin mansion.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
By the time you get there, it will be dark, but I will let you guys see what that looks like. What you see is a mansion right on the edge of the water, a large multiple buildings, right down on the water's edge. So effectively looking at this picture, off in this direction, you're kind of coming from this way, from the left side of this picture over here. And this is sort of the angle you're seeing it as you approach. If you're approaching from the water, so you're seeing this sort of like this thing jutting out on the side there. It is, yes, same part, two different angles I found. Actually, I found two or three other angles too, but I mean, it's these are the two better ones I liked here. So effectively, there is sort of a private place to put a ship up against, a couple different spots where you can sort of dock a small boat or a ship on the base there, and stairs going up into the house itself. As you approach, it is getting dark. And you can see that there's very few lights on in the mansion itself. However, there are some lights. There is signs that someone is inside. It's not fully lit up, everything else that, and so, but it is. There are some lights on in the place there as it is getting dark there. You can approach from either from coming down from the top there along the shoreline, or going around to the opposite side. There's a few different ways to go to approach this place. So it's kind of
Quietly
up
and
to
as
you.
sneakily as possible, hopefully.
Okay.
This
That means you saw her.
Good luck.
I mean, there's not being flashy and throwing stuff around or kicking stuff everywhere, and I mean, it's not hard to walk like somewhat quiet when you're walking through a city or outside or something. You're not like clanking and bashing and banging as you're walking along. So close, but not quite that bad. So you're able to approach this place here. So you want to try to approach it on the shoreline? You want to approach it from essentially from up above? Which direction you want to try to go to?
Wherever we can see fewer lights, probably.
Okay.
And
Um,
come in and at the side where it's more dark.
So approaching from this side over here, there's actually a little bit of a bridge across this little side over here. It is fairly dark on this approach over here, and it seems to be the lights that you can see are up in the house up here. There's very few lights of any kind down in this building out here. So from this angle, this building is not very well lit, but this one up here is has more lights on it. So.
Being very quiet.
Sorry?
Being very quiet for sure.
Okay. Absolutely.
Definitely. Absolutely.
So, give me just a general stealth check there, just to see what that as a group stealth check, to see if you guys can majority pass, what the majority overall is.
Nice.
Nice, excellent.
And with
Yeah,
this,
that's Wednesday.
Okay.
Okay.
okay. Sorry.
That's a
All
all
crit
right, here we
stealth.
go.
Crit stealth.
3.
All right.
I
So-
rolled low, so I got a 25.
Yes. So I will say this. Eldon and Sora, you're not being quiet. But the others are managing to compensate enough for you to eventually like as you sort of walk along where there's a brightly lit patch there, they kind of tug you out of the way of the bright light so you don't walk into it. You're about to step on a massive twig, and they manage to kind of nudge you aside so you don't make a huge amount of. Sora, at one point you're about to almost trip and fall off the edge of the little bridge over here, and someone steadies you so you don't stumble and make another noise that
At
way.
least it wasn't upstairs, Sora.
Yes.
I know.
Approaching along the shore here, you can see there's a little pathway that sort of goes up in these trees. And as you do, like I said, at this point, it's getting dark to the point where moving into those trees, it is very dark inside. You don't hear any sounds. You don't see any movement specifically, but give me perception checks to see what you do spot. As you
Or
approach.
sees the back of her hand. I guarantee it. No.
That's another
I am
crit.
running
Nice.
today.
Excellent. Wow. Okay. Good.
See
That's
the
good.
back of my hand. It's great. I know what color it is, and I know which way to go.
That's 2 20s in a row, Natalie.
Yep. That's amazing. Yep.
Yeah, but not from the same person.
Yeah.
So,
Emily's got two in a row. I will say, Sora, you're just sort of like trying to just keep your eyes on the path
Oh, you did.
and not trip on anything, not try to like kick anything or anything else like that. So you're just so focused on not tripping and not making a mess. You don't really see much around you. Other than you do note that it is quiet. Torben and Eldon, you sort of like take note that so the construction is here. It is all very well built. The grounds are not like manicured to the point where it's like sort of like topiary or anything like that, but it's all clean and somewhat natural looking in its way. But it's like it's trimmed, but it's not like trying to be like overly artificial looking as you approach there. The trees are well trimmed, and you're able to walk along the pathway quietly there. Again, you kind of watching the building up ahead of you, and the smaller building you're approaching down here. These two like almost towers on either side of the entranceway at this building um, are dark, and you don't really see much. You don't see any movement in the windows or anything else as you approach. However, Amethyst and Lucas, you kind of like seeing that it's dark ahead of you. You're kind of looking up at the main building there, where you do see some lights, and you will see at least, just briefly, potentially somebody walking by one of the windows. Like so that there is movement in the windows up there, sort of a shadow, just sort of a shadow passing over the window of someone. Probably based on the size of the window, you kind of in your mind they're realizing it's probably about human sized. Just sort of walking back and forth. They're not like stopping and looking out the window. You don't see any sentries posted. You don't see anyone that's like trying to keep tabs on things. But you definitely see that there is movement up in this building up here. So actually, on the approach here, it'd probably be up in these windows right here, kind of these corner. So right along this corner of this building. I would say also you realize that based on the way these are structured, you could go into the shorter building, and there's probably a way into this building from the same place here. You could also continue on the path up and around to like here, to potentially go into an entrance in that building itself. So you have kind of two ways in that you spot there, either into here and then up, or up around here and then in that way. So either one is definitely a direction you can take there. You can pick and choose which way you want to go. Is it you're fairly certain there's nobody like watching the grounds where you're at right now, which does seem a little odd to you based on this person's obviously loaded. They are, based on the size of the structure here, this person is very, very wealthy, and the fact that there's no sentries and no guards that you're spotting seems a little strange because you were able to approach without any issues.
Well, he's either told them all to go away so he can do dodgy things with Wraith, or Wraith's just killed them all. So, who knows? Let's go find out.
Yeah, let's go through. I guess think lower level or higher level. That's kind of where we're going here.
Can we just make sure we know we're not going to attack the guy until we know exactly what he's about and that he's not innocent? Because I don't want to just go in there all guns blazing, so to speak.
Yes, which is why we're sneaking, and I'm not launching a 5th level fireball at the house, which was option 1. Okay, out of game, what I am worried about, what Eldon is thinking in the back of his head, which, are we all on the, like, mind link thing right now?
I will definitely put, before we actually go in, then I will absolutely set that off. Yeah.
So, little thing running through Eldon's head is, one thing to consider. We are dealing with a cult worshipping. Cults do require people in power. Could be this individual is having a party, so to speak, instead of having a party, so to speak.
That's what I'm worried about. But and then Eyes and Ears was saying that he was a good guy and he was, looking after orphans and all of that kind of stuff. So maybe he is just a victim, which is what worries me as well.
Some of the most evil people in all of history did good things at the same time while they were creating bad things. We'll go there. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Let's go find out.
Okay. So the lower building or upper building? Which one's it going to be?
I don't like either option. I'm scared.
Let's start with the lower building.
Lower building. There we go. We made a decision.
All right. So, you approach the lower building down here, kind of between the two like towers, and you see this massive doorway with a glass window up above there, and a larger sort of glass window above that. This obviously, and a large, what looks like a large wooden door, framed, um, uh, framed with metal and ornate sort of like scrolling and everything else. That very very beautiful structure there. As you open it up, as you approach there, it is locked currently. So you actually kind of go up there and no alarms happen. No, nothing happens as you approach there as you try to get close to it there. But the door is locked. Do with that
I
what you
believe,
will.
I believe that is Torben's forte.
Yes. And Mr. Torben, I can assist you.
Agreed.
Yes. I would like to give Torben guidance.
Good thing.
Okay. Well, what was it that you wanted me to do?
I'll just point to the locked door.
Oh, okay. Oops.
Where do you go in your brain, Torben? You're like never paying attention to what's going on.
Nope.
But which is on purpose. I was completely paying attention, by the way. 20
Okay.
with guidance.
So you will find checking out there, like it is a probably one of the best made locks you've ever seen. You're in there like, hey, this should be nope. And like normally you just like no problem. This one is really sticky. It is stubborn. You cannot get this thing to come free. So at least your first attempt at it, it's not one to give.
Can I try with luck?
You want to just re-roll with luck?
Yeah.
Go ahead. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to keep the guidance roll.
Coolio. Nope, even worse.
Okay. So yeah,
19.
it's just
So whatever.
okay. Nope. It's just it is not giving. You're like it's like I and you realize that I mean, if you'd have rolled two less, you would have actually probably broken your pick. So you're just kind of like it's just not working. Yeah, it is not giving on you.
Is it serene or is there any like loud noises around right now, like
It is
birds
quiet.
calling or anything?
I mean, there can be some night birds and stuff. You hear kind of the gentle lapping of water along the little shoreline down below you here. Is very calm and peaceful in
Would
this space.
okay,
And
so knock would definitely be heard, right?
oh, absolutely, yeah.
Oh yeah.
It would, yeah,
Do not
I'm not
use.
yeah,
Yes.
yeah. So you sort of like you think it over. Yeah, this would be a bad space there. One thing, also where you're at right now too is and this may be messing with you a little bit here because you're doing this all in the dark. The city lights are all sort of like shrouded by the arrangement of this building, and you really can't get much of the ambient light of the city where you're at there. And there's no lights on the exterior of this place.
Okay, you guys, I have another idea. There are many windows here, and I'm assuming I can get in through one of them, and maybe I can let you in from the other side, because I've never seen a lock like this. I don't know that you all have seen a lock like this. If I can't open it, we're probably not going to get through.
Hold on.
I
this is a
can
good
say-
lock,
I
too.
said,
careful.
Can I possibly give it a shot? Yes.
Oh yes, please.
Yes.
Yep.
I
Go for
forgot
it. Hold on.
to do that.
Guidance yourself. Yeah.
Not 20
Yeah,
right
I'll
away. Yeah.
Guide it myself. Oh, wait, how do you roll thieves tools?
Just if you
Click on it.
well, not on the character sheet out there. Will work that way unless you have it set up that way.
I don't have it set up that way. One
Okay.
second.
So it's just going to be a dexterity plus proficiency check.
Okay, so we'll do dexterity and then add a bunch.
4, I believe. So 20.
4, so 20.
Yep. And I'm assuming you got even with guidance, it won't be quite enough there. It is not.
Oh,
You're in there going. No, it's just. I mean, you can see what you can see what
Yeah,
Torben is talking
23.
about there. This is a complicated lock.
Okay, my eyes come down with the onyx thing over them to like. But what I was going to ask is, can I try one more time with like a higher difficulty?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
Give us an
I don't
impress me
wanna
roll.
overdo this because
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, I know what you're capable of.
29.
Are you getting guidance again?
Yeah, I was gonna say
There's no
guidance.
way I need it, but I'll
guidance,
do it if I need it.
But yeah, guidance.
Actually,
again.
you do.
Okay, well then there you go.
So I will say with guidance, because the DC went from 25 to 30.
Yeah.
You got it. So you're kind of like, okay, one sec, and you got it exactly. In fact, so you like, and you realize like, watching Eldon, like, oh wait, maybe if I use this different set of tools, and you pull out some different picks there and try to go in a different angle, and you manage to, after almost a couple of minutes, actually, you're kind of working at it, and just, it finally gives. Realizing you get just in a totally different angle there, realizing this was kind of intentionally done this way. It wasn't so much that it's a high quality lock, but it was also installed backwards on purpose. So you're kind of like, oh wait, no. So,
Yes, Mr. Torben, that was exceedingly difficult.
Mhm.
Yes.
so,
Yes,
so you managed to,
interesting.
and yeah, your picks are still intact there. You didn't blow it that way, so you took them away there, and the door is unlocked. As the rest of you are kind of watching this takes place over a couple of minutes. You don't really see any activity. Again, it's very calm and peaceful here with the water lapping against the edges of the sound there, slight breeze in the trees and everything else, but it's quiet. You don't hear anything from the house either. You don't hear any shouts of alarm. You don't hear any loud voices or anything else. It is quiet. As you do detect magic there, you don't sense the presence of any like direct magic. However, I will say you do detect that there are some arcane-based lighting that is not turned on. Effectively, you realize that there's a light inside that it's an arcane light inside there, and kind of glancing down 30, like it's 30 feet, yeah, probably about 15 feet and even 30 feet behind you on the path, there are sort of well-hidden lights in the shrubbery and stuff like that that are not active. They're not turned on. Part of the reason why this is so dark on the approach, because none of the lights are on. Hmm.
She's so happy right now. Yeah, oh god, okay. Going in quietly, everyone.
Okay. So
Yeah.
going into the house. Go ahead. As the door moves open, it's very, very well made door. It does not creak. It does not make any sound. There are marble floors ahead of you, all shiny and polished, with a couple of little accent rugs to prevent you from tripping and falling and stuff like that. And so, as you move into the house, give me a stealth check, group stealth check, to see if you can all come out on the positive side.
Accent rugs actually trip hazards, not anything to
If they're done
prevent.
right, they're not. Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
The
now
no
remember,
skid surfaces and yeah.
you asked me to do this.
Absolutely, yeah. Excellent.
Why
Wow.
every time? Why every single time?
Okay. It's not double ones at least, yeah.
I know, right?
Who did I get a roll from? I need one more roll from Amethyst, looks like.
I've rolled
Or nat 20 in a
taking
row.
its
Do it.
sweet time, apparently.
Exactly.
Okay.
Close enough.
Terrible.
All right. I will say this. You guys broke even.
I don't know
Even
how.
with Sora's natural one there, so that accounted for 2 failures. But essentially, you do manage to no alarms go up, no voices start shouting or anything else like that. Sora, you do trip on the non-skid accent rug, and just sort of like stumble there. But Torben and Lucas, you sort of like steady her from like crashing to the floor and making a loud noise. And with this, you're sort of like just kind of walking quietly. And unfortunately, you're because you actually have claws on your feet, right? They sort of like click on the marble as you're walking. You're trying to walk quietly, but it's like listening to a cat on a marble floor. Click, 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 click.
Amazing.
You're trying to like so you have to like walk very, very slowly. So you're making a little bit of noise. You're still able to get inside.
I'm just like picturing this, like,
Maybe
dragonborn princess.
In full
Dragonkin.
plate, yeah.
Oh, don't call me a
As you
princess.
enter this grand entry hall, essentially,
Oh,
you
man.
see a number of pedestals with various statues or pieces of art and such on this sort of like long entry hall here. Large, the tall windows on either side, that you can see kind of on the side of the building here. This is all like this is all one floor. This is a tall ceiling, about 15, 20 feet tall as you walk into this thing. There, grand entry hall, and there's sort of an archway at the far end. Um, as you, it is dark. You don't hear the sounds of any voices or anything else like that, but you do are able to kind of make your way through this corridor. And beyond the archway, you will see that there is a sort of a stairway, a spiral stair, sort of a curved stairway going up to a second floor over here, and a curved stairway going down to the lower levels over here. Um, and then straight ahead is a large like seating area with essentially where you have lights and sort of in front of the windows you have little like lounges and everything else to sit in. It's sort of maybe wait to be taken somewhere else in the building. Kind of a waiting area essentially for the rest of the mansion. But again, stairway up to the other way here, realizing it probably heads up into the lower floors of this building, and then a stairway down to the lower floors of down here. So you don't see anyone, you don't hear anything currently.
Head up.
Okay, you head on up. Up around there, you sort of carefully and kind of forcing Sora to slow down and step carefully. You make your way up the stairway, heading up to a very similar area from below there. Where there's like couches and seating areas, a small table where someone might sit and write. There's lots of but it's a fairly dark area where you kind of open up into, and there's more stairs going up into this part of the building. Sort of a landing area with just various places to sit and small tables and such to wait around in here. Um, at this point, as you start to go up into the main building, give me another round of perception checks. See who sees and hears what.
Can I do investigation?
Yeah, you could. Yeah, you'd want to look for things. Yeah, slightly different information from that, but you definitely can.
I am staring so hard at those stairs to make sure that I did not fall again.
Mm-hmm. But
You know they have handrails.
yes. Okay. Yeah. One more. Yep. Good. Okay. So I'll say, Torben, you're sort of like at this point, sort of like paranoid, like trying to make Sora not trip. So you basically focus more on Sora.
Mm-hmm.
Sora, you're sort of like, oh, I see what's going on here. What you'll notice is that in this space, there's no signs of any struggle. There's no signs that anything bad happened here. But there is signs of traffic. There are some footsteps. Maybe some not muddy prints, but there's some scuff marks and stuff on the steps going up, and on the floor in the area. Eldon, yeah, investigation wise, you can see that there's essentially tracks on the stairs that somebody.
Yeah, that's what I was looking
here.
for. Was like
Yeah.
any signs of like a fight happened in this house.
Yeah, definitely
like,
no signs of a fight happening, but definitely someone went up these stairs and they haven't been cleaned since. So you would expect that servants would come along and clean up any scuff marks or dust or dirt left behind by people walking in through and everything else. But there's no signs of anyone having cleaned up after someone walking through. Also, so Lucas, you can take note of that as well here. You do hear just barely some faint voices. Not raised in alarm, not shouting, but definitely some voices that are just barely carrying from further into the main building. You would assume up a second set of stairs, maybe kind of listening, like definitely louder up the stairs, which makes sense where the lights you were seeing being up in the sort of this top floor here or here. So up some more by the look of it. As I said, there's no signs of any fighting here. There's no signs of any blood on the floors or messed up furniture. However, you will see a set of I'm gonna say you will see a set of prints Eldon and Lucas, to basically what you're looking for here. Moving over to probably this space over here. So it'd be looking out this direction, probably this corner over here where these windows are.
Like, is in like looking down at Sora's foot type of prints, or like humanoid type of prints.
Humanoid prints for sure.
It's got to be my feet.
I mean, larger than Eldon's, we'll say that. So yeah,
Much larger.
but also not definitely not signs of someone wearing like heavy armor or anything else. It's not like there's no like it's definitely someone. As I said, it's just sort of faint tracks of someone maybe with some mud on their boots or something else that moved off to look out. Obviously, and you don't see someone there obviously now, but there's definitely signs that someone would have gone to that window, maybe looked out that direction over there.
I'm also worried about a sniper.
You realize that's a very good sniping position for someone to be sitting at.
That's what I was
that
thinking.
side of the building there. So definitely something where someone may have kept watch there for a time. And based on that thinking along those lines of thinking there will be some tracks that leave it as well and come back. Just a couple, so a little bit of smudge of dirt, just enough to say that somebody walked there and then walked back.
Okay. Being quiet.
Okay. One more round of stealth checks. Group stealth wise here. See heading up to the top floor. We'll just say let's say the top floor where you saw the lights in the windows. Excellent. Okay.
4.
Nice. Amazing. Lucas, very nice. Okay, and Amethyst. We'll just I will say that's enough. Even if Amethyst rolled a 1 there, that would be enough to break even. So okay. Cool. All right. Okay, yeah. You're able to move up the stairs there. Sorry, you're not. Again, you're having to sort of like step carefully and focusing on that. And yeah, between all of you, you're sort of like helping Sora navigate without making it too loud of sounds. There, you're not quiet, but you're not making loud enough noises to be noticed by somebody in the distance anyway. So you move up to the top floor. And at this point, you can definitely hear voices, and I would say the voices are not shouting an alarm. The voices are not. You definitely hear what sounds like. Trying to get the account here. You only hear one voice coming through there. There's not a conversation. It's someone's like saying something, and it's enough that you can just barely make out. Leave this place. You shouldn't be here. Go away. It's kind of the gist of it. Not the exact words here, but just sort of a little bit like go, leave, and just sort of like just again sort of a I said no one's shouting and screaming or else that. It's just sort of like someone's insisting on something and it's not happening. Is what you get from that. You get from the voice.
Do we think they're saying it to someone in there or saying it to us?
They're saying it to someone where they are. Because it's not being that they're not shouting at you from where you're at there. It's just sort of like someone saying you. It's like shouldn't go, leave, and just sort of like bits and pieces to kind of pick out what they're trying to say.
Take a second and like pause and still kind of listen.
Okay.
Like hold.
Yeah, like, someone obviously like trying to like command someone or some this very sort of a commanding tone. Again, something like leave this place, go away. It seems to be coming down down the hallway a little bit and kind of picking out. There's effectively, you realize, looking down the way here. Let me just double check something real fast. there is there are the hallway. There's two rooms, one sort of an interior one and one sort of an exterior one. They're probably the one to the exterior is where the light might have been seen, and you just barely see that there's light from underneath the doorway to one of the rooms on the left, and there's definitely some rooms on the right side of the hallway as well. At least probably based on the doorways you're seeing, there's either two windows. There's two doors on the left hand side here, and but Ilda and Lucas, you're kind of piecing this together with what you saw on the outside there, and Torben as well. Your wheelhouse as well. That there's likely the rooms on the left side definitely have their lights on. The rooms on the right side probably not, but there's not exterior windows on the right side of the thing. So the movement you saw was definitely from the left side rooms. What would you like to do?
Panic.
Okay. As you're pondering it, looking there, you will hear at this point a louder voice. Probably the same person based on the thing. There's like, leave this place. And then there's as someone like cries out. And it's definitely from the left hand side.
We visibly heard somebody cry out in pain.
Yes.
And
Yeah.
saw us smashing through the door. Shit.
Yeah. Uh-huh.
Okay.
Yeah.
You go
yeah,
cutting through there.
kinda.
All
Mhm.
right.
Yep.
So I will move you onto the map. I'll describe what you see, and then we're going to go on break because we are at that time
Oh,
here.
Timothy!
Cliffhanger.
I know. So you enter this massive room, and sitting kind of like actually knocked back onto the couch right here is an older gentleman, fine looking clothes, a bit rumpled and disheveled. His hair is a little bit of a mess. Standing over him is a dark shadow. Glancing around the room, there are three other shadows that are sort of taking up positions around this room in here. And you see him kind of standing like collapsed back on the couch right here, sort of like looking up at this dark shadow leaning over him here. And you realize it's not a person, it is just a shadow standing over him, not saying anything, totally silent, and you have
Mhm.
seen these things before.
Oh,
Mhm.
God.
And when we come back, we're going to be rolling initiative. So, break time, everyone. Go get something to drink, and take a moment here, and we'll be back in about 5-10 minutes. See you soon.
rolled high on.
And we're back, folks. We have rolled initiative here. We are ready to start up here as what appears to be an older gentleman. Looks to be half elf. Hard to see exactly, but you can just see the kind of there disheveled, pale, gold and silver hair, kind of pushed back on there as a shadow is looming over top of him here. You guys all step inside, and well, based on what I'm seeing here, Torben, you are first to go.
Okay, I'm going to go.
These are just living shadows. You've never seen anything like this before here, but they are just weird shadowy shapes in humanoid form. They don't make sound.
That guy's not considered an ally yet, right?
I mean, no. I mean, he has no melee weapons anyway. He's not actually in combat.
So with that one, I am going to use my bonus action to steady aim.
Okay. Yeah, I realize the token is not the best one for this one, but I wanted an older person.
27 to hit.
Excellent. Yeah, it definitely hits.
Okay. It was not very good, but sneak attack incoming.
Yep, because he said he aimed exactly. He also didn't roll with advantage on that attack roll.
Oh, I forgot. I'll roll again real quick. You never know.
Yeah, make sure. Yep. We'll keep the damage the same.
Yeah. Nope. Nope.
Okay. All right, no problem. So 26. So the dagger flashes and it pierces right through the shadow, and you see sort of like light like through the wound as it just goes straight through it there, like punching a hole. And then the wounds the blackened the black shadow sort of like seals back over the wound partially. But you can see definitely it reacts to the damage. Just as it kind of looks up in your direction there. Okay. All right. The shadows all react as the presence of people come in there, and so we're just gonna have let's see.
The
This one will
shadow knows.
rush up to Torben there. This one will rush up to Amethyst, to Sora, and to Sora. As
Yeah, boy.
these shadows sort of like glide through, and you see this. It's actually moved through the furniture as they approach. It's just sort of like pass through the furniture as if it's not really even there. The hands outstretched there, and you can see sort of like the dark, like outstretched claws reaching out toward you as they attempt to claw your faces. Let's go ahead and first off, we'll do the one on Torben.
Creepy undead things.
Let me fix one thing. And sorry. Okay. What to do? All right, Torben. The claws just you sort of like just duck out of the way as the claws just like rake over your head there. And it does get to make 2 attacks. It does have multi attacks, so it's going to go ahead and the second one, however, the 22, I believe, will hit.
Yeah, I will.
Hey, it's fine. The necrotic damage there, and as you feel the and you feel sort of this cold energy seeping into you as it sort of like latches its claws into you and stays there. Sort of like you just feel it, just essentially the claws like stuck into your body.
Can I still do uncanny dodge?
To take 2 damage, yeah.
Yeah.
Sure. All right, then we have the one on Amethyst. Again, 2 attacks. 1, 2, both. You just go into full defensive mode as this thing's just like, and you just dodge out of the way of both attacks. Sora, you have a number of attacks coming here as these things are latching out at you. 1, no. 2, definitely not. 3, and 4. The last one, finally. And so you just sort of like you can't really use your shield to knock them out of the way, but it just sort of like does pass through your shield. You just sort of like shove it off to the side a little bit as it comes through your shield. But then as you pull that last one, that last attack just sort of like sinks into your chest and just kind of just below your chin, just kind of like sinks into you there, and then just the other one comes up and just grabs onto you as these talons last into 3 necrotic damage, but it is stuck to you now. And that is all of them. Lucas. you know what these things are like. You took the brunt of this last time there, so
Yeah.
you definitely see these things coming up close again. They look very similar to the ones you saw before. A little larger, a little bit. The claws are just a little longer and seem more sinister. But maybe that's just because you got hurt by them pretty bad last time. So
Yeah. You cast the spell.
all right.
Jim, am I within
Mhm.
5 feet of Amethyst or 10 feet?
I would say within 5 feet. Yeah,
Okay.
probably 10 feet from Torben.
Okay,
And
because that makes difference for goading attacks and stuff.
that will hit absolutely. Force damage. Oh wow! I know this spell. Okay. Okay. So far those are all hit.
They seem flourish his short sword, and he pops up behind each of them and hits them.
And then where do you end up? Because you end up within 5 feet of one of them. Well, we're back where you started, actually.
End up behind that one.
Okay. So you like, so you see Lucas just sort of like fade out of view and just like blink into each spot there, attacking and attacking and attacking, and then eventually, and then coming to a stop behind the one here. Is that 30 damage on each one, or you have to roll a damage on each?
Just roll 1 damage, so it's 30 on each.
Nice. Okay. This one just ripped apart. These ones are all looking very messed up, but still intact. Or still somewhat intact, I will say. I'm going to put this. This is the one that actually is latched onto you there, Sora. We'll just go ahead and do, sure, that. And the one on you, Torben, is gone, so you don't have to worry about one attached to you.
Yay.
Okay. All right then. As your action to do all that, do you want to do it as a bonus action?
I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Eldon.
Okay.
Sweet.
All right, Eldon, you are up.
Okay.
One thing I will say is it's all sorts to happen over here. You hear from behind you a voice kind of like calling out in alarm behind you. And you realize there's a doorway across the way. It's still closed, but you hear definitely a voice shouting over there, help!
Okay. I'm going to run for that door.
Okay, so you run out of the
While
door, back
I'm-
across the hall. Okay.
Yep. But while I'm leaving, I'm going to turn back behind me and actually no. I'm just going to release the trigger on my gun as magic missiles pour out of it, shoot backwards,
Okay.
and all 3 of them take a 1d4.
Okay. Wow.
That's just crap
Wow.
rolls.
The
That
funny
is
thing is,
great.
they each had 2 hit points left. So
Oh!
Bingo.
Wow.
as they just like, and you just watch each missile kind of striking and just, and the shadow just dissipating each one with sort of a shriek. However,
Details.
one thing about this is the only light from this room at this point now that you can see is the fireplace. And from the corners of the room, there are essentially you see sort of the darkened corners in the room back there. Two more shadows kind of float out back in these corners over here. Kind of form in the back. They sort of out just in the darkness there. They sort of like take shape.
Oops. Sorry, I didn't mean to push that.
No worries. That's fine. So, Ellen, you were out of the room. You're at the doorway
at
across
the door,
hall.
bonus action, my force cannon is going to blow this door open.
Okay.
Force.
Roll me the hit and damage there, just to see how badly you damage this door. Okay. Okay. I will say that with that combination of rolls there, you essentially you kind of dial in the force cannon there, and you just blast the door knob and just kind of punch the doorknob right out of the frame of the door there. So the door is intact, but it is no longer latched. So you're able to just
Yeah.
kind of move over there and push the door open.
Shoulder,
Okay.
yeah, shoulder through.
It is a smaller room over here, much less fancy, much less in there. But you will see two things. Let me put them on the map. You will see. Where is she? Sorry, I misplaced my token for this person. Where is she at? Oh, come on. I put it in the wrong folder. Sorry. I want to use a placeholder for this. This is not quite right. But you see a dwarven female with a larger shadow looming over top of her. We'll just put her down in the corner over here. It's fine there. Again, this is a smaller room, sort of a much less ornate looking, much less fancy decorated there. But she's just sort of like huddling there. No. And there's this massive flowing shape of a shadow, much more distinct in its form. And well, you can see the picture there. It is you recognize very similar to something you saw at Bilgewater there, the shadow demon that you saw there. And so we can kind of push this over to here. There, you were in the doorway there. You used your bonus action already there, but it's just sort of like they both sort of snap their heads up and look at the doorway as the doorknob flies off. Like, please get this thing away from me. As this turns and looks at you.
Pick on someone your own size, yes?
Gladly.
As I need to put that guy on the initiative as well, because he wasn't there earlier. Okay. Let me...
He's a big old meanie head is what he is.
Yes, he sure is. Let's see here. Hold on. That was you. Next, Amethyst.
I firstly want to reassure this guy that don't worry, we'll take care of this. Just keep your head down, keep out of the way if you can. Let us deal with it.
Thank you. Yes, thank you very much.
Also, we've got telepathic bond going, so I'm just going to make sure that Eldon's okay as well.
Eldon, are you okay?
Definitely need help. Shadow Demon, yes, we'll need help.
Okay. So, two more shadows in the room here and a shadow demon over there.
I guess I can go in there to him. Don't like shadow demons.
Alrighty. So you move over to that space over there. So yes, you as you step in, kind of step up past Eldon there, or step up behind him there because you stand over top of him. You can see there is a large shadowy figure standing over a dwarven female, looking at in your direction.
Don't like it.
No.
See, if Wraith's here, I don't want to burn off any of my really good spells because I'm worried about running out before we can kill him until he dies. I mean, he might not even be here, but you know.
Oh, what do you want to do?
I'll see.
Let's go with Dissonant Whispers just to get him to back off if we can.
Okay. Let's see if he makes that wisdom save. Does not.
Yes.
Unless he does happen to have... Nope, he does not. All right. Okay. So, let's see. So he will, and weirdly enough, the one thing it's a condition it's not immune to is frightened. So it will back away, and actually does go through the wall and at least for the moment, disappears.
Right. I'll tell her the same thing. Just get out of the way. And stay back and let us take care of everything here.
Should I have that thing come back in here?
It'll be back in a minute, I'm sure.
Okay, we don't want it.
Okay.
I can tell it to come here.
Alrighty. Anything else you want to do?
You can tell him what?
I can talk to him,
Okay.
but I don't know if he'd listen.
All right. I guess I'm good for now.
Does Whisper last how long? Is it just until their turn? It has to move their either move away from you. Then they can come right back? Or is it frightened for a certain amount of time?
Just use his reaction to move away.
Okay.
Saying if Eldon dies, I'm making a cleric.
Alden's not gonna die.
I'm saying if.
It's not considered frightened. Okay, so we can come back. All right. So essentially, what'll end up happening is it will kind of, you see sort of like the area around you sort of darkens, and both of you will see as it moves up on its turn, because I need to reorder this real quick. Because it is now its turn. Boop. And it pops back into view, rising up from the floor, kind of next to the two of you in the doorway. Actually, no, because Eldon, you're in the doorway. Amethyst, it'll actually rise up next to you, Amethyst, in the hallway. Standing behind Eldon, it just and just like starts trying to claw his way into you. Let us see here. The hallway. Yes, this works. So essentially, as it rises up out of the floor, the hallway just dims suddenly. The aura, this darkness around here. Any ambient light sources from the room and the hallway that you're seeing here just and becomes not pitch black, but dark enough that your dark vision has to kick in. But while it's there, it actually now rolls with advantage as it like starts to rip down into you. 14 does not hit you, does it?
No, we could do with some daylight.
All right, and then normal attack there. All right, second attack though does hit there with 24, and it has 14 psychic damage as it sort of like claws into you, and you just feel the searing pain in your mind
I have
rather than through your body.
resistance to psychic
Yes.
magic.
You are. It's 7 damage instead.
Okay. I can deal with that.
Yep. So it's as it's just like clawing its way through you there. Hold on, you see the thing rise up behind, next to Amethyst in the doorway behind you, essentially. But the woman is still like cowering on the floor. She's sort of like backpedaled away from the spot where the demon went through the wall, and sort of like on the opposite wall. They're kind of against up the wall there.
It's a dwarf check.
Dwarf, yes, dwarf female.
Cute.
Somewhat. To a
Alden?
gnome? To a
No,
gnome,
it's
absolutely.
not the time.
You realize you actually probably thinking about it know her name.
Oh shoot!
If it's who you think it might be.
Okay.
So that's the shadow demon. He's done there. Sora. Stuff is happening. Shadow demons have forming in the corners of the room that you're in. You hear stuff happening in the hallway behind you. What would you like to do?
I would like to come off mute and then do a bonus action of
Some sound.
my own. Okay, I thought you were talking about me. I was like, I can't hear me. No, you can hear me. Okay. I'm gonna do Thunder Smite bonus action as I run into the hallway. Wait, are these guys in here or in the hallway? They're in
These
here.
are they're in here. Yeah. So essentially, what's happening in the hallway is down here in the corner of the map.
That's
And
the
what's
one
happening?
that causes
Hmm?
a big old thunderclap, right?
What's
Oh
that?
no. Yeah, 300 feet. Okay.
Oh yeah.
We woke
Yeah,
everyone up.
we sure did. Hmm.
So yeah, you as a bonus action you cast that, and you move in there and swing. Okay.
Hmm. I'm gonna swing real hard. Don't miss this one, Cloud Strike. He's bad. 20.
Definitely hit. Okay, so you roll that. Roll your
I
2d6
did.
thunder damage.
I already had it up top there. 9.
9 more. Okay, all right.
Yeah.
Alrighty, so that's 23. So this thing you basically you bring it down in, and what's weird is you also don't forget you never do an extra d6 of thunder damage as well when you attack. Cloud Strike now does.
I have to remember to do that.
You need to add it to your weapon there. Okay, so, whew, all
Damn
right.
it.
So you basically what's happening, and those of you, Lucas and Torben, they're still in the room there. You essentially see the hammer sort of like rumble, and then as it impacts with with the shadow, it actually flashes not with full on lightning, but just this like sort of a warping effect in the air as there's this massive thunderclap that just rips this thing apart, just and it just scatters into nothing from one hit.
Can I tell it's coming from the weapon? Oh no, I'm not in that room. Just kidding.
You
No, I'm not in
definitely
the room.
hear the massive crack of thunder behind you. You all hear it and kind of feel it in your feet actually as it rumbles the whole room. Um,
As
yeah,
I
there's
sigh that we've woken up the entire place.
Yeah. You can. I figured at this point we were already waking people up anyway, so it doesn't matter.
the two you'll see with him kind of flinch and put his hands over his ears, and just looking. But he's also kind of looking around wildly. Definitely
Jim, that's
definitely full on panic.
all the time, right? That happens all the time.
First time you hit with the melee weapon.
First
Oh, yeah,
time.
so
Okay.
the 1d6 from the thunder is all the time. Yes, it now does one.
Yeah.
It now does
All
thunder
the
damage
time.
on every strike, and that isn't so much heard. The thunderous smite is what made it down there.
Correct.
Like,
But it's not dead yet, right?
no, it ripped apart. It's gone.
It's gone. Okay,
Yeah.
then do I have enough movement to move over to the other one? Or at least
Um,
block this guy like that?
you probably, yeah, I would say you couldn't get all the way over to him, but you could kind of like kind of stand behind. So essentially, he's on the couch. You could kind of move next to him on the couch there and sort of like stand over top of him. But yeah, he's still
Mhm.
about maybe 10 feet away or so. He's still too far to swing at yet.
Cool.
The Thunderous
Bring it
Smite
on.
said it's audible within 300 feet, so
Exactly. The thundering smite is. What I'm saying is the weapon also does thunder damage itself now,
Yeah.
which that just sort of rumbles in her hand, but the thunderous smite is what detonated when it hit.
I'm all kinds of the thundery, weapony type
Thundery
people now.
lightning.
yeah, you are.
Corbin, you
Bring the
definitely
thunder, girl. Bring the thunder.
you
She
are
tried to
up.
bite my boob.
What's up?
Oh no, that's okay. I was just making sure. I thought someone
Yeah.
was making something. Okay, so you see me get ready to shift, like when I usually flex my muscles and stuff like that, but I don't. I stop myself, look over at Amethyst, see that she's in
In the hallway
trouble.
behind you now. She went out of the hall in the hall behind you, so she's not in the room anymore. So this down here is happening in the hallway in the room.
Back before I get to her.
She's just she's still like only maybe 5-10 feet away from you. You just went into the room and then she went back behind you out into the hall. So you can't get to her. Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna get to her right like here. Then I am going to use my bonus action to cast Shield on Amethyst.
Okay. Okay. So I'm just gonna just for space here, basically move up to here because this is she's in the room across the hallway, so it's kind of out of the way here. So this is all happening in the hallway. So whoop boop. Oh geez, all your tokens.
Yeah, I use my Shield of Faith on that,
Okay.
and then I'm going
So
to.
I'll put the shield on you, Amethyst. Boop. Okay. And so yeah, the shadowy demon is like looming over top of her.
Okay, so So after I cast that as my bonus action, I'm going to attack.
Does that last till the beginning of his next turn then?
No, the Shield of Faith is like 10 minutes.
Okay. That
Or a
I'm gonna
minute.
Roll that for luck.
Okay. Use the luck. All right.
Yeah. Oh yeah. There we go.
Yeah, definitely hits. All right. And so just stabbing into it.
Mm-hmm.
And you have a sneak attack on that too.
Yeah. And since I didn't take my second attack last time, thinking that was a bonus action, even though it's not.
It is.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Really?
Offhand attack is always bonus action. You have one attack per round. Otherwise,
Well, I thought my thing attacked twice. My
that's your range thing, but you're not using your range right now. You would have stabbed it. Yep.
Okay. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, because this is all happening in melee right here. This is sort of like because there's not room to,
22.
For what?
I don't know. That's
Okay. Yeah.
That was the roll that I rolled before I realized. Too.
Gotcha. Cool.
Now it
Yeah.
came up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. No worries. Yeah. So normally you want to attack around if you have weapon in each hand, it's a bonus attack there. Otherwise, if you're just throwing your daggers, it's 1-2. So yeah. So Lucas, you're up. There's a shadow back in the corner there. Stuff is happening in the hallway behind you.
I'll move until I can see what's happening in the hallway.
Yeah, so you just kind of turn and kind of see this kind of happening. It's maybe 10 feet from you. It's all kind of happening right out, essentially out the door in the hall. There is a large shadow demon over top of Amethyst and Torben, and then Eldon standing in the doorway past them across the hall.
And I free action yell at Lucas and tell him that I've got this to help them.
Okay. Sure, absolutely.
I'll cast on the shadow demon then.
Okay. Again. Okay, let's see if you make that save. No. Wow. Okay. So yeah, he just and he'll just drop through the floor, just gone. But he will take that damage though. He's not too happy about that. Okay. So he just kind of like and just through the floorway. As he leaves through the floor, the hallway brightens again. It's not like bright, but I mean it's not so much the dark vision anymore. So yeah. Anything else, Lucas?
I'll give Bardic Inspiration to Amethyst.
Cool.
Cheers. Thanks.
Elbon, you're up.
Getting all the buffs.
So yes, the thing dropped to the floor away from you. You're not sure. You can't see it currently.
I am going to rush to the Dwarven lady.
Okay.
Yes. Hello. We are here looking for a man named Wraith. Yes. And what is happening here?
They were here. They left me here. And then they talked to the old man for a bit, and then they left. I don't know. I wasn't in the room when they were talking to him. But they didn't sound happy. I don't know. Have you seen Sigrid? Do you know if he's okay?
Yes, the old man is fine. But is there a place
I was confused at that for a moment there. What?
Because
Does she mean the guy that's back on the ship?
The other thing.
Yeah.
They've gone back to the ship.
Yeah. Anything else you want to do, like cast action wise?
I'm just trying to talk to her, gather information on my.
Yeah. So that's what you would get, sort of a quick conversation there. You still have. I mean,
I will hold my actual attack though. Can I hold that for when the thing comes back? I'm going to shoot him with force.
Sure.
Arcane missiles.
Sure, no problem. So basically, you prep the gauntlet. They're getting ready to go there. It will expend a charge because you're basically like powering it up there.
Yeah. That's expended.
So, 100%. All right. Amethyst.
The Shadow's still here, isn't he?
Oh, sorry. He is not. He went to the floor. Boop.
This guy here.
That one. It's still in the room there. Yeah. So you're out in the hallway. So you actually can't see the one. You can't see it currently. So you would need to back into the doorway. So so you can't see into the room across the way where the shadow is currently but you could go in there and see.
Sora's got him.
Oh, yeah. So Sora did call out that she's got this. Go out, and Lucas came out and cast a spell out that made he cast Dissonant Whispers as well.
I'm just gonna move then. Gonna move
Yes.
over to the lady and
Okay.
make
Okay.
sure she's all right.
All right. Yeah. She seems to be okay. She's obviously shaking and scared. A little bit confused for the moment. But she seems to be all right for at least she's not injured. She hasn't been attacked or anything else. Alrighty then. Boop. Hi, Torben. The demon rises up out of the floor. They're looking around where the other two disappeared there, sees you, and just says, actually, first thing they'll do, again, as it appears, it sort of reaches out there, and the darkness swells out from it, kind of damping down the lights in the hallway again, making it very, very dimly lit. Actually, pretty much damping out all normal light. And then it will just trying to claw its way into you here. So first off, it does it's a 12 psychic damage on you, Torben.
I can half that to 6.
You could. Yes, you're making another attack here. So this one, 14 does not hit you, does it?
It does not.
Okay, so the first one you sort of like uncanny dodge out of the way, slightly sort of like kind of ducking out of the way as the claws rake across you a little bit, and then you sort of continue that motion there as the second claw comes raking across you there, and you just duck out of the way of it. That is its turn. There we go. Sora, you're up. The shadow demon. Actually, it will on the same turn there. It's going to surge forward and try to attack you.
Okay.
Can I see the thing?
Are you? It's in the other room across the hall.
Okay, so I can't see the thing.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So it will go ahead and try to latch itself onto you like the last one did. 23 does manage to do it. 7 necrotic damage. And then it's going to try to strength drain because now it's attached to you. So just latches onto you again. 20 to hit. Does not hit you, does it?
Does. It's my AC.
That's your AC's got. Okay. So you're going to take 12 necrotic damage plus 4 strength is removed. As you feel your strength leaving your body. So lower your strength by 4 temporarily.
It's 2 full points, yo.
Mm-hmm. You just
I
feel
think my AC is 22. Hold on.
I was gonna say, I thought your AC was higher
no.
than
2, isn't it?
It is 22. I apologize. My
Okay, never
shield was
mind then.
unclicked for some reason.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Ooh.
All right. Okay, so you essentially, like last time, you kind of, as the claw is attached onto you here, it tries to strength drain you, and you just kind of shove the claw out of you partially. It's still attached to you, but the strengthening doesn't land. Whew.
I was lucky. Whew.
Yep.
I'm glad
So-
I looked at my character sheet.
Yes.
Mhm,
Okay, so
mhm,
never mind that second 12 damage and 4 strength drain. That is
mhm.
that. Now it is your turn with this thing in your face.
Okay, well, now I'm pissed it's attached to me.
Yeah.
So I'm gonna do Divine Smite with my attack. Well, 13 hit.
13 does not hit this thing.
I have an inspiration. I will attempt to do that again.
Sure, just roll it again.
But take the damage of the first roll
Sure.
if you want.
Sure.
22 to hit.
Yeah, we'll definitely hit. Okay, yeah. So it's going to be a total of 25 damage. Yeah. So again, this time, because it's also vulnerable to radiant, as you kind of rake the hammer across it there and just pour your divine might into it there, it just evaporates, just like almost like it's unraveling at the source there. It just completely goes away. That's you haven't moved. You can still move and still have more action if you want.
Can I tell if this guy is like injured at all?
He does. You do see claw the kind of the darkened claw marks indicating that he was attacked by one of the shadows. He seems to be okay. I mean, he's kind of like wild eyed and looking around in a panic, but he's not like on death's door or anything else like that. Like he definitely was attacked, but not severely hurt by it.
I will come back for you at the moment you seem to be safe, and I will go check on my friends.
Okay.
And I will run out into the hall.
Okay. Yeah, you can get out in the hallway there, and you see Torben is grappling with a shadow demon.
Hey, that's no way to treat your friend. You just let him die in the other room, man.
Wait, who died? Oh,
The other shadow guy, he died. He's gone.
Okay. Will you attack the shadow demon then?
I can't. I already. Oh wait, I have a bonus action or another attack, don't I? I can't do that.
Attack. Yeah, you can move and attack again. Yeah.
What is my brain thinking? Good lord.
Yeah.
Okay. This
And
is
that was
what
only one
happens
attack
when
there. You just rerolled it with inspiration. So yeah.
25 to hit.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
12 damage.
12 damage. Okay. Okay. So yeah, it definitely impacts with there, and you kind of hear the rumble as sort of the hammer rumbles a bit as it hits. That will
All
be
the rumbles.
Don't you get the +6 with that then?
Huh? That's the 1d6. That's
Yeah.
the one there. That's the
Oh,
thunder damage.
Yeah.
You could actually make
It's the one.
that type of damage thunder if you want.
oh the
I'm
one
going
is
to.
the
Yeah.
one.
All right. So it does hit it. It sort of recoils a bit from the attack there, but doesn't go away.
Does he look different than the other guys?
Oh yeah, this is definitely a shadow demon. You
Okay.
grapple. You attack this one. While they were sort of like humanoid shadowy shapes, this is a monstrous looking thing. There was kind of like a long tail sticking out of it. They're just like shadowy, like tendrils rating or like wrapping off from it.
It's identical to the thing we fought in the town. With
Yep.
It's also
Sweet.
identical. Isn't
Same
one
demon.
of us a shadow demon the other day?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, you were.
Yes.
That was Lucas.
Was it
Yeah,
Lucas?
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'll do action surge and do 2 more attacks.
There you go. Okay.
Both of them with divine smite attached to it, please.
Oh well. The
First one will miss.
Yeah, the first one definitely misses. So you don't spend the divine smite there. The second one does hit though, so that's going to be a nice patch of damage there, especially as this damage all becomes radiant.
Sure does. And I did have a superiority die on there. I don't know if it rolled. Did it roll?
Let's see here. I
No.
see. No, it's, yeah. So
Yeah.
it's 2d8 plus
Yes.
5. Yep. So yeah. All right.
That is a goading attack on me, please.
I will just say this: with the flash of energy and the rumble of thunder and the expertly placed attack there, as you sort of like shout in its face there, it completely rips apart, and you see the kind of the top half of it almost like flop open as it sucks back into itself and is gone.
Ew. Ew. Nice.
gross.
It's dead. It's very dead.
The hallway
Okay.
is quiet.
Ooh.
Nothing else rushes out to attack you. No one seems to be. You just sort of hear. To you saying she's sort of still kind of panicking, and I mean, she's wild-eyed and looking around. And Lucas, you see the man on the couch there, sort of, and you see he's like clutching a dark wound across his chest, similar to the claw marks you saw from the shadows. Who are you people? Thank you for coming here. But who are you? What's happening? Those things were staying in my house. They wouldn't leave. I couldn't get them to go. I tried, but they wouldn't go.
We came looking for Wraith.
Okay.
Nothing. You were in the other room with the dwarf woman there at the moment.
Okay.
I'm going to ask him what dealings he's had with Wraith.
Wraith. I assume you mean. Well, I know him as Relith.
Relish.
I had
Oh.
a feeling.
A bit of a long. I won't say a long history, but I've had dealings with him in the past, and he came back recently. The man is obviously touched by evil of some kind. And you can see he's like obviously like kind of with your passive insight there. He's like not wanting to say too much, but obviously he's grateful for saving his life. But there's definitely he's obviously not trying not to say too much about it. He came here making demands and such, and I thought my dealings with him were over, but he came back with his associates, then left these things here and went off somewhere else.
What did he want?
Money, assistance, information. I forced to give him what I could, at least.
What information was he after?
Asking about a woman, and you see, you can see. Give me an insight check to see if you can read this guy right. Okay. He, you can tell he knows more, but he's holding back. Like he's not sure if he can trust you. It's like, woman I have known. He was asking about her, and I don't want to say anything else. As I said, I don't know you people. I don't know what your dealings with him are, but I don't wish her to be harmed.
Well, if you've given Wraith her name, he's probably going to kill her.
I don't think so. She's very resourceful.
So is he.
Not likely that he's going to find her. She was to not be found. We'll cut back over to the dwarf woman there, and you said he was in the other room? I thought he was back on the ship.
He is. Eldon was
Oh.
just mistaken. He thought you meant the guy that's in there.
Oh, I don't really know who he is. That's him behind. He said if anything happened, I think I was his insurance. I don't know. But then they left. They left to go somewhere else and left me here with these shadow things.
Do you have any idea why he left you
for
here?
me. Didn't want me slowing him down, I guess. He was heading somewhere to go find somebody, and he wanted me to be here as insurance, so he just left me here, I think. I don't know.
In the hall, Jim, or am I in
yeah.
the room with her?
You
She's
tell me
the other-
which way you
she's-
go.
Yeah, we're in a separate room. She's the other technician, right?
You'll piece it together, yes. So Sora and
Yeah.
Torben, which way do you want to go? So Lucas is with
I'll
the old
go-
man in the other room. Everyone else is
I'll
with the
go with
dwarf woman in the
Lucas.
opposite room. Okay, so you head in there, Torben.
What's the old man? With Lucas and Sora.
Yeah. Okay. So
I'll do lay on hands on him too.
Okay. As you approach, you sort of and so you divine energy. Yes. Thank you very much. As you reach there and you heal the damage, and you see that darkened claw mark there through there, and there's sort of a rip in his clothing as well. But you see that the wound heal. And he like little bit of a panic breathing there. Oh, thank you. Thank you. A holy warrior, I take it. Very, very good. Um, I am Corwayne. This is my home. Um, who are all of you?
We're known as Raven's Tails. We'll leave it at that.
A good
We're
name
hunting.
for adventuring party. I assume you are do-gooding adventurers as such.
You might
We
want
are
to tell him
hunting.
that we're here to kill Wraith.
I
Yeah,
was
yeah.
hunting. We're hunting Wraith.
Yeah, we are hunting Wraith.
Let's stop him.
Well, good. Nothing he's doing would be good for anyone, obviously. And with dark powers, he is obviously. He's gotten stronger since I originally saw him.
So now, why would he leave his little minion shadow pets here unless there was something you're not telling us?
I don't know. Maybe for insurance that I wouldn't go and alert anybody to what happened. Um, uh, I sent my servants away so that none of them would be in danger, um, and uh, um, I made sure that no one would come to here and be endangered by what these creatures. So
Telepathically, I'm going to ask Lucas if I should put Zone of Truth down.
Don't think there's much
While they're
use.
doing that,
sure, Torben. Yeah.
yeah, Torben would look up at him. Look, you're not being questioned here by us.
I think that I am, but I'm willing to cooperate. I
What
just
you said makes sense. That's why there were guards out.
you're chopping up right there.
Make no mistake,
Repeat.
you're safe now.
Good.
Make no mistake, you're safe now.
All right. Yes.
When you make the checkout, make sure it says Raven's Tails, and then I'll smile like kind of smirkly at him, and then ask, is there anyone else in the house besides you and her that we need to make sure they're okay?
There shouldn't be. I don't think there's anyone else here. I put the word out that when he arrived the other evening, was it only uh, it was 2 nights ago, I think. I don't know exactly. It's been kind of a blur. Um,
In the
uh,
meantime,
it-
I don't recommend you stay the night here.
right.
Can I persuade him?
Mhm.
Persuasion to give up the name of the woman that Wraith was after.
Can I assist him?
Yeah. Well, I mean, go ahead and make the roll, Lucas, and something that I mean, yeah,
I
you
was
just
working that, guys.
yeah, make it with advantage. You definitely have some people kind of get in there. Probably aren't going to need it, but go ahead and roll it again just to see if you get better there.
Not the best rolls, but
Okay, not terrible either. And well, the result wasn't terrible. It wasn't a great roll, but um, uh, um, I someone that I helped when she was young. Uh, um, and then back over with the dwarf in the other room. What do you want to do? You want to keep her in there? Want to consult, bring everyone together? What do you want to do?
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll
Yes.
go into the other room, I think.
All right. So you
Don't
bring her in
stare
there, and
down.
okay. So she sits down. She'll take a spot over the couch over here, just kind of slumped down there.
I hand her a thing of water.
Okay. She drinks it. She does seem to be a little bit. Yeah. There is some. There's a on the table. You'll see there's a pitcher of water there, but it's empty. And so she takes it, and she obviously is thirsty. She's thank you. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Um, and then the old man, um, and as you walk in, you say, "I really shouldn't. I shouldn't say who she is." Um, and then from the doorway, Let me just. Oh shoot! My tokens got all screwed up when I reorganized things. So let me just find this one here. Where did she end up? That's okay. I'll token for another time here. From the doorway, you'll hear a voice as a woman steps in, wearing very close form-fitting armor, a dark brown, red hair pulled back. She's like, well, well, look what the cat dragged in. And Amethyst, you turn to see Kiva standing in the doorway.
Oh, for God's sake. What are you doing here?
Well, what are you doing here? I mean, I always visit Corwayne whenever I'm in town. What's
Do you?
going? Yeah,
The last time we spoke, I told you Wraith was here, and I told you you'd probably best keeping away.
yeah. And I told you I
Okay.
can take care of myself.
Yeah, I know. But I asked you, and you said you would. So,
Well, I lied.
well, give us a hug, you stupid
I
woman.
have. And so she does, and you all see she's obviously decked out in the form-fitting leather armor there, red hair pulled back into kind of an elaborate braid on the back there. About the same height as Amethyst, roughly, and just gives her a big hug. And I
Guys, this is Kiva. Kiva, this is the guys.
heard all about you.
Girls.
Nice to
Yes, we do in
nice
fact
to
have
meet y'all.
females. This is a wonderful man technician, works on airships. We have rescued her. Yes.
Well, good to know. I am well, I've known him since she points to the guy on the couch there. Like, I've known Corwayne since I was, well, about half the age I am now. He kind of helped me get off the streets and find some gainful employment. And I kind of went off on my own after that, but I do check in on him when I'm here. And when you said there was problems in town, I wanted to make sure he was okay.
Well, Wraith's been here. When we got here, there were shadows and a shadow demon here. We've just taken care of that.
I kind of had a feeling there'd be a problem here. That's one of the reasons I also want to check on him, because
You might want to tell him that he can trust us.
and hey, old man, you can trust them. Don't worry. Like,
Oh man.
and you look, he is an elderly half elf. Probably, I mean, you can see he's got kind of golden hair, but shot through with lots of gray and silver there. Definitely the lines around his eyes and his definitely wrinkles there. Lucas, you would being a half elf yourself there, he's got to be pushing 150. Because half elves do have a longer lifespan than humans, but not quite double. But he's definitely well into his hundreds, and so hard to say exactly how old he is. But it's good to see you, Kiva. You shouldn't have come here, really. Well, if it hadn't been for them, it would have been up to me to save your sorry butt. Now, tell them what they need to know. Fine. This person. So, what do you know of? I assume you come here knowing a bit about something about me. What do you know?
Before
You
we
know-
do that,
We know you
Can
own
I-
this house, and we know that you've looked after orphans. We don't really know very much about you at all. We came here to save you because we were hunting Wraith, and we knew that he's going around killing people, and we thought you might be next. That's why we came here.
Right. Sorry, you were saying
Jim,
something?
I'm worried about the person who worked for him kind of in here listening to the information. Is there anything like like Lucas can do where he can cry on them around us?
That you want to look?
Yeah, kind of look for if I can.
Okay.
Or have
Essentially,
Lucas do it. Somebody that's better at it than I am.
Just be able to see invisibility. If you're talking about the
Yeah.
scrying, I haven't got that.
I
I've got
don't
some as
either.
well.
okay. You can make a perception check to look around the room there, see if there's anything left behind in terms of sensors or anything else like that.
Mhm.
Um,
I
Hold on,
have
I
seen
think I have
invisibility.
seen invisibility. Yeah,
I
I
have
see.
it.
I think I have
okay.
it.
If you have it, then yeah, you want to do that.
I know I
That'll give
don't
you
have it.
that'll give you advantage on the
Like,
check.
it also means like how much do we trust this girl who came off the ship?
She was captured in.
Well, it might
mean-
just be me being paranoid, but like she could have been here as a trap. Just saying.
Hmm.
I'm just all telepathic here because you have the ability to do that right now.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Um,
yeah, it's all traffic for sure.
Yeah. So essentially, this is kind of going around, kind of in between the conversation here. And so, Amethyst, as you're answering him about the fact that he was, you knew that Wraith was in town, that he was hurting people, he wanted to murder people, and stuff like that. This other conversation starts happening in your minds at the same time. Do you want to look for any scrying sensors or anything else?
Yeah.
Okay, so you cast see invisibility, and then go ahead and give me a perception check with advantage. Okay. You do a good scan of the room, and you are certain there are no like scrying sensors or anything else around the room. Um, there is nothing out of place other than the fact that shadow demons were here and shadows were here and stuff like that. But in terms of like anything left behind in that aspect, there you don't see anything that would be here. Um, he's uh, he definitely shows signs of being wounded, maybe a little bit dehydrated, somewhat here, and so similar to the dwarven woman. Um, so you can decide what to do with her. If you want to move her to a different room, or as you talk, or whatever you want to do is fine.
I
So
can ask her
you're,
what her name is. I don't know.
My name is Starla. I from Port Horace. My husband and I, not husband, but hopefully, um, we got taken from Port Oris and been kind of on a forced adventure ever since, working on the airship that they put us on, and I just want to make sure he's okay. They left him behind on the ship and took me with them, and um, I don't know. They said if either one of us tried to run, they'd kill the other. So I had to stay with them, and then they left me here, and I don't have a way to talk to him, and well, I just been waiting, and then you showed up, and those shadow demons, those shadow things were here, and watching over us and making sure we couldn't leave or go anywhere. So I've been here for almost a day and a half now, I think. It's night with the window. Yeah, it's nighttime again. So, um, yeah, it was dark when we came. So maybe it's been 24 hours. Maybe I don't know. I lost track in that room. I was in there for so long.
So we're not too far behind him.
Did you overhear anything that they talked about on the ship, or did they keep you separately?
Nothing important, I don't think. They said they were coming here. They said, I mean, mostly they just made us work, and if they wanted to talk, they went somewhere else. We just had to keep the ship flying, and they got kind of mad every time we had to put down to recharge, but it's just the way those ships work. Um, we've never worked on a ship specifically while it's flying, so we did our best to keep everything moving the way it was supposed to. They would threaten us that if the ship went down because of something we did, they'd kill one of us, and make the other keep working. So I don't know. I they didn't discuss things in front of us. They made us leave the room or went somewhere else when we were there. So
Does she
I mean,
seem quite distressed by this? Like,
she seems like she's been through an experience. Yeah, she's absolutely like you can see the bags under her eyes. She hasn't slept well. She's a bit on the I wouldn't say malnourished side. I mean, she definitely shows signs that she's not been like well fed, but fed enough.
And this is the people that went missing from Port Oris before we left, right?
Yeah, the
Yeah.
two
Yep.
technicians
Okay.
that went
Yeah,
missing.
nanotechnicians.
So right now we're under the assumption that they were forced, and that assumption has come to this is what's happened.
Yeah, it
Mhm.
sounds like
Yes.
they if either of them tried to escape, the other would be killed. If either
Mhm.
yeah, so essentially they were under threat of death if they didn't do what they were supposed to do.
Okay. So I don't need to do an insight or anything to see if she
It's
is
I mean
actually being
even
genuine.
passive wise, it's like she has been through the ringer, and so she's definitely and she has shown signs of I mean she's already asked you about Sigrid at least once. I mean she's
Mhm.
um
Yeah, we'll get him back. Don't worry. We're going there
Let's
next.
give both of them
We'll get
some
you two
rations.
somewhere safely, and
Sure.
then
you hand them over some food. They both gladly take the food there, and while they're, it's, I mean, it's more travel food than really than well made.
Mhm.
They both have no problem just digging into the hardtack and cheeses or whatever else the rations are made up of, some dried fruit and dried meat and stuff like that. And so, um, she's a little bit goes into it a little more eagerly than he does. I mean, he's sort of like, and it's and obviously is like eating it. But she's definitely like definitely she's showing more signs of being hungry than him.
Mhm.
he's at home.
Yeah, I mean,
So back to him again.
sure.
Mhm.
We need any information that you can give us. Do you know where they've gone? Did you hear him talking about anything?
Well, he was asking about her, wanting to
About
know where.
Kiva?
Yes,
Fuck.
I don't know how much he knows about her, and she's like, well, quite a bit. I mean, I was still talking to him when I was in school. Um, I was. I mean, he knows that. I mean, he knows that I was going to school because of him. Um, and so that wouldn't surprise me. He knew about the connection at least. But uh, he like, um, I this house, my family's money, and um, when I was very young, I left Scarlos and took a number of all of my family's my money and came here. I went into more charitable organizations and such, but those operations do take a lot of money, and though I could create favor with a number of people to uh, keep the lights on, as they say, um, I I often had dealings with less than savory types for buying and selling of items and such to raise more money. And unfortunately, at one point in a shipment of goblin artifacts came into my possession, and before I could unload it, a man and a group of goblins came here to take it and to reclaim it and put me under threat of death, and I bought my way out. I paid him and returned the items for the the assurance that I would not be killed for what I'd done. And two other times since, one other time, and then most recently, he's arrived to take more money from me.
And the next time it'll be even more.
It was never.
It's not going to be a next time.
That's what I was gonna say.
I assume he got what he wanted, but he was asking for her whereabouts. I didn't know. What are you doing here, by the way? You were supposed to be off with the military, weren't you? Like, I finished that stint. When I heard when I heard that he was coming back here, I wanted to check on you. I just got in myself. All that stuff happening out there. I reported in, and I hightailed it here. I know Amethyst. He told me to stay away, but this is the closest family I got.
I understand.
Jim, do we we have any idea if we'd know if Wraith would know that these shadows have died?
Give me an Arcana check.
Can I help with that?
Yes, Eldon. I mean, unless Lucas asked for your help, and
Oh, yeah.
but
I'll re-roll that with inspiration.
sure, go for it.
Slightly better.
I would say that you would know enough that if he summoned them or they were bound to him in some way, that he would definitely know that they were released. Like you know enough of how summoning works there that if you summon a creature and you form a link to it in some way. Now normally it requires concentration, so maybe there's something else that's being done there, but it is likely that
We need to
It
go
would-
to the ship.
Yeah, we
No.
need to get out of here. Everyone.
Okay.
Everyone, yeah, everyone is coming.
We'll take these to somewhere safe and then.
You go to our ship at our dock, yes, and hide there. And we will go
Sorry.
to the ship and hopefully rescue your betrothed, yes, and
And bring him to the ship.
well, I'll get in there. And she looks at you, Amethyst. There is it. The ship you told me about?
Sable Drake?
Yeah. Okay. What dock's it at?
oh no,
Two.
we're dock
Two.
2, right?
Two.
It's
Two.
yeah,
Two.
2. Yeah,
Too.
I can
Yeah.
remember it's 1 or 2.
Yeah. So, I'll get him. I'll get him there. Don't worry. I'll get him there quick.
This is a nightmare. He's looking for you. I can't.
Amethyst, trust me. I don't want to be found. I won't be. I made a live my entire life. It's been about hiding from things, finding things that don't want to be found, and it's what I do. I'll get him there.
Okay. Keep in contact there, yeah?
Yeah, you know how.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Be careful, please.
We'll do. So, come on, old man. And like, stop calling me that. Really, I'm becoming of someone. Like, oh, stop it. Come on. And you sort of like let me get at least a change of clothes. I mean, like torn open shirt and all that. Like, fine. You got 5 minutes.
I think
I
that'll
can
do.
fix that for you.
Gonna
Let's
spend 5 minutes hugging her a bit more and just saying how nice it is to meet her, but I wish it was better circumstances and that we could all just go for a drink and stuff. Maybe soon.
Somewhere down the road.
I don't
Maybe
know
when
how
we've
well
killed him.
prestidigitation works on fixing clothes, as long
What-
as the tears aren't huge. But can I
What-
cast that on his clothes?
What are you casting? I missed that.
Prestidigitation.
It does.
It can do small tears, so if it's a big tear, then it can't.
Yeah,
but
I mean, it's a set of small tears. But you sort of like, I mean, it'd be probably faster for him to just go ahead and change his shirt. I mean, you definitely. I'm not saying you couldn't. I'm just saying it's like a number, multiple
Yeah,
reds.
sure.
Yeah, gotcha.
Eldon is like pacing at the door, like
Okay. He is quick. I mean, he essentially comes out and he essentially is like he's already got a new shirt on there. And it's just a couple of minutes there. He just goes a room down the hall a little bit, comes back out. He's putting on a sort of a very nondescript looking cloak, kind of plain cloak there, and he's just got on. He does actually has pulled on some boots,
Guys,
and while it's not like he's looks shabby, he looks less fancy dressed. Let's just say.
and Eldon like rechecks all of his leathers, like checks, make sure all of the like tubes connecting the music generator together is all good to go.
he really is rich. He has more than one shirt.
Got a whole closet full.
Whole closet full.
Yep.
I'll be right back.
Sure. So, Akiva's essentially just chatting with you, just like kind of marveling the fact that you're there in front of her, for real, and just kind of like smiling at all the rest of you there. Um, yeah, she's effectively Starla's just sort of like just kind of like obviously like a mix of like anticipation. She's like kind of like obviously nervous and but she's still kind of looking around at all of you and showing the worry on her face, obviously, but mixed with a little bit of relief. She's not in
Same.
immediate danger, obviously.
Not yet.
Yeah.
Please don't kill her.
So, cool. You're the couple of minutes there, not a problem there. You guys can all head off wherever you want to go.
Going to his ship.
Okay.
On the dock.
All right. So, you so that you kind of separate there. Once you get like kind of back into the city proper there, start moving along the ways there. Give me perception checks just to see what you spot in the city. Anything else you see out there?
Yeah, that sounds about right.
Yeah, hold on. You're like
I'm like busy checking. I'm like
Yeah.
checking everything because we're
mile a
about to
minute,
like
like everything is. Yeah, you're just like
get in the middle of it.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So
So we got a 13.
yeah. The streets are quite essentially at this point. It is now definitely after dark. It's not late or anything else that because I mean, essentially, it wasn't that long to get in there and find him, and it's probably around pushing 9, 10 o'clock between 9 and 10 o'clock at this point. As you get back into the city proper, away from the Corwin Mansion. Uh, Essentially, you kind of move along the area there. Kiva says, "I'm going to take him this way. We don't want to travel in a big pack here, so let me take these two with me." All right. So good. We'll meet you at the docks and make sure everything's all right. Okay.
Promise me you'll stay safe.
Absolutely.
And also, I need you to let me know if you see him.
Oh, of course. I'm not. If I see him, I'm not going to be seen. Period. And I'm not going to be jumping out there and trying to give him a hug or anything else like that. Tell you that right
Okay,
now.
good. I'm glad to hear it. Because he will destroy you.
I'm going to use the sending stone and let
Yep.
Catherine know we've got visitors coming.
And to lock the ship down.
Lock the ship down. We have 3 people inbound.
Catherine back at
Catherine's
the
on the
Raven's
ship?
Crest.
It's fucking Raven.
I
No,
thought she's at
did we
Raven's Crest.
stop?
You went.
I thought we
So
stopped.
you talked about
I didn't
Raven's Crest
stop.
with some stuff. Remember you
Yeah.
bought
I
the
didn't think we
materials?
stopped.
No,
We
you
did.
did.
Oh, we did.
Yeah,
Okay,
you did,
well then
yeah.
I'll message the captain.
Sure. Yeah. Anthos is like, we're on it. We'll make sure that everything is all right. And essentially I'll put everyone on alert and make sure that no one is going to be on the ship. And like, yeah. So they
Before
you
they-
separate. Go ahead.
Before they go,
Mhm.
I'm going to give the dwarf lady use of my sending stone and tell her to send her husband to tell her that she's fine, she's all right,
Okay.
and ask him if he's still in the same room at the table.
Okay. She'll pause a moment there, kind of looking a little confused there. Look back at you. He says, "Yes, there are 8 goblins on ship, and that's all."
Okay, tell the rest.
Okay. You guys make your essentially separate there. The trio moves off into the darkened streets there, keeping tabs. She's You notice that she pauses and sort of like checks them all over for a moment there and kind of makes some adjustments to their cloaks and everything else like that, and just sort of like looks them all over and you see him kind of talking to each one of them briefly there, and they go walking off down the street down the street there, blending in almost immediately with any of the people that are on the street there. They sort of like just kind of step in, and she has them effectively. You lose sight of them after a few minutes there as they kind of move off into some very crowded areas, and they just seem to be gone. You make your way back to Dock 7, and the ship is still, although it's hard to see because the docks are somewhat lit up, but they're not like brightly lit. But you make your way to where you can see where the dock is, where the port number 14 is. And even in the shadow, even in the darkness, the little bit of light that is out there, you can see the ship is still sitting there in the water.
Can I like throw a cloak like over me and my museum generator that is
Oh yeah,
glowing?
yeah, yeah. I assume
Like,
you can definitely just
I
kind of
look
like
like hunchback. I look like a hunchback.
you look a little odd, but you're not like glowing and standing out like you normally would be in terms of all your items and gear and
Yeah.
yeah, lights and blinking and stuff like that. So yeah, it's not hard to just kind of like yeah. So you do sort of like a weird hunched over figure, what it looks like there under the cloak, but you don't look like a guy trucking around with a proton pack on your back.
Right. Yeah. 100%.
Yeah.
When we get close enough, I'm going to cast invisibility on myself.
Okay.
Using my sit-in.
All right. So that lasts for an hour, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So you in the darkness, the city is a lot different. There's less bustling streets there, but there's still a lot of lights and activity. You pass places where there's music playing or sounds of people's voices at various cafes or pubs and taverns along the way. As I said, this Dock 7 area is more of a merchant slash uh, um, trading area. So there's a lot of activity there for the most part. You're able to move up to where the docks are. You make your invisibility. Anything else anyone wants to do? Lucas fades from view.
I'm definitely gonna be disguised.
Okay,
How
you
close to
definitely.
the ship can we get?
Effectively, you start moving down on the docks. There's essentially there's no like no one stops you from going out in the docks there. There are people that kind of like, see you, but no one like, what are you doing? You just are able to just Lucas, you're invisible. You can walk out there, no problem. But the docks are not sealed off or closed off, or anything else that you walk on out.
I would like to send my little fire elemental
Okay.
owl up to just do a little fly above
Okay.
real quick.
So, all right, you send the owl on up. It does a quick circle up there, a little bit high, kind of swirls around a little bit there. Let me just see if make a roll here real fast. Cool. Give me a stealth check from the owl. You can fly without being noticed.
Night creature there.
Sure, yeah. It's not.
Ooh,
Yeah.
natural 20 on
Perfect.
the
Okay.
bird. Okay.
So the bird is like, you will definitely spot there is actually, give me a perception check there from your owl.
Advantage.
Yes. It is vision based, yes. Roll it again. Yep. Okay. The deck of the ship is clear. You don't see anyone on the deck of the ship at all. However, let me just make one more roll real fast. Okay. There's various places where there's kind of a grate in the ship. There would be like a loading port, essentially. You would put things down into the hold of a ship. And flying over that, something definitely could be seen. Something could be looking out from that direction there, but it can't specifically see somebody in there. So essentially, it does do a quick flyover and just sort of like keeps going. Nothing happens, no alarms go off, nothing else happens there for the most part. But the deck of the ship looks clear.
When Elemental gets back. Thank you kindly for your work. Yes.
Yep.
And let everyone know no one's on the top of the deck. You can see a little bit. They can definitely see us coming through the grates. However, let's be sneaky.
There
about
is also portholes on the ship as well on the side, so it could like see at the water line essentially. So, so that you'll spot that as well.
How
So-
long is the ship?
It's probably about 20 feet, 25 feet or so. It's like I said, it's
tiny.
not it's not a large ship. It's actually, let's see, what would it be? Check dimensions on a ship real fast.
I would say that's like a pontoon boat
Yeah, exactly.
size. That's little
Let me
pontoon boat.
see here.
It's like
Yeah.
100.
That's the wrong one there. No.
Yeah.
I was definitely in the wrong place here. So, oh, come on, it's not helping me. Like anywhere from 20 feet to 300 meters. I'm like, no, come on. So I would say probably more like around 60 feet. 60 feet from area. The Sable Drake's probably about 100 a little well over 100 feet from the Sem Discern. With multiple decks. So yeah, about 60 feet from end to end. And obviously the part sticking out. There's a yard arm sticking out and the mast sticking up and everything else. So yeah, 60 feet.
Like 175 feet for the average merchant vessel
Mhm.
with 2 gun holes was the average.
So essentially this, basically 2 sails, 2 masts, more like it is a smaller vessel. Again, airships tend to be a little bit smaller anyway because, size is a thing.
Right.
We get within about 300 feet. I'm going to say the party. I'm going to see if I can get him out. And I'm going to
Okay.
dimension door in to the room.
Dimension door will drop your visibility. Casting a spell.
Yeah, that's all right.
Okay.
I'm going to be. I've seen the room, so I'll be behind where he was sitting, just directly
Sure.
behind where he was sitting. Yeah.
All right. Give me a.
Can you do it twice?
Hmm?
Can you dimension door twice?
Yeah, obviously.
So you can go in and get him out.
That was the idea. I'm not going to dimension door in and just leave myself stuck in there.
Okay.
Yep.
Just making
Okay.
sure. I want to go to the club.
Right. All right. So I will say, effectively, you dimension door in. Just kind of pop into view there. Effectively, you dimension door, and I think the dimension door here is if you. Wait a minute. Okay, I would say this, that effectively you dimension door and you place yourself well. You put yourself sort of right in the room there.
Oh
Unfortunately,
my god, I'm so terrified.
as you appear kind of behind where the guy's sitting, he's sitting at the table there. The goblin across the way looks directly at you the second you, hey, and so, give me an initiative roll. Just go ahead and just roll just to see, just you. Okay. All right, you beat his initiative. Effectively, he's like, "Hey, you!" and you basically you have an action to grab him and dimension door out if you want.
Oh my god.
Do it. Just take
Okay, you reach
Obviously,
forward.
I'll
Go
talk
ahead.
to him first because he's got to be willing. I'll say
Okay.
I'll come from giving him his wife's name.
Starla.
Get you out of here.
Starla.
Starla,
Yeah.
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 And
Okay.
then obviously grab him.
He's like,
and
huh,
go out.
what? Huh, okay. And as soon as he says okay, you like grab him and as the goblin is raising a crossbow, and it basically fires the crossbow, and you, as the crossbow into the wall behind where you were standing. You end up back on the dock.
Yeah.
Almost immediately, those of you who are so you were 300 feet away when you did that. There, where are the rest of you? Are you kind of like basically where you're standing when you
ducking down behind a crate, like
okay,
kind of thing.
yeah.
Yeah, we're keeping
So-
it low.
like you don't see you don't see like a beehive of things coming out of the ship or something. But you definitely see some lights coming on in the portholes on the side of the ship there. Nobody rushes out on deck, but there's definitely activity on the ship there. Um, and so what do you want to do based on that? What would you like to do? You just want to hightail it out, or what's the plan?
Yeah, let's
I
get out of there
mean, we
before-
need to disable that boat.
Well, we've
Okay.
taken both the minor technicians off. So there's no
Yeah.
trouble.
Now let's break the thing. Now that they're out, there's no
Well,
way
they've got
fix
nobody
these.
to fly it. That's going to slow them down at least. They've got nobody to fly
Flying a
it.
ship is not super hard. It's just knowing you can keep the ship running if something breaks. Essentially, they're not flying the ship. Like that Greta on board the Sable Drake there, she just maintains the systems.
Out
But
of curious,
yeah.
is there like knowing the intimate details I knew working next to Greta? Is there anything I can do quick
Oh yeah,
to break this thing?
yeah. You
We
can see
can
that
also
this.
ask Sigrid.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Now that as
I would
well.
just say,
Well-
Eldon, you know that if you disable the levitation grid, it's done. It's not flying.
Okay. Is that something I can do from within 150 feet type of thing?
You would need to be inside the ship. You wouldn't be able to do it from the outside. You don't know exactly where the grid is on the inside of the ship because it's going to be somewhere on the inside of the hull. It's not going to be like exterior.
Sigrid knows
Okay.
where it is.
Eldon.
Sigrid must know where it is. He's worked on the ship for the last few weeks.
Well,
inside the ship.
yeah, it's inside the
Can't-
ship. I was wondering if
can't
there's anything I could
Torben-
do
Yeah, if
from
you
the
can tell him
outside.
exactly where it is.
I can go.
Well,
You're in the ship to do it.
I know.
But like, can't Torben go in there and do it? That's kind of his thing, right?
and Torben has worked with me. I feel like we both need to go in there.
No. You
Can you be as
Not
secretively
in this
sketchy
instance.
and
Eldon.
stealthy as him?
Eldon. I need to go because you're not as quiet as I am.
Okay.
Just tell me exactly what I need to do, and I will do it as quickly and efficiently as possible.
They're
Sigrid?
they're aware now. We just took the dude, so the cat's out of the bag.
Right. But I
So we're holding the cat. The cat is screaming. We're 300 feet away.
And Rafe could
It's
be on his way
Think-
back to the
and
ship.
Rafe
Can-
is absolutely on his way back right now. There's no way they did not just say, "Hey, they just took the only dude capable of fixing the darn thing."
So-
And he's either running straight for the other one or running straight for this one.
Okay. So, and with this, I will say, based on what you're saying there, Sigrid would say, I can tell you the array is on the starboard side, and you do calculations there. That would be, let me just, that's,
Left?
huh? That's the right side. Left.
Yeah.
Left is port.
Port.
So-
It was past port to the left.
Yeah. And so what you're going to do is, Eldon, you know that's the opposite side that's docked. So
Yes.
essentially, the port side is facing you. So it's on the starboard side, midships, roughly, if you look at the ship there, going to be 10 feet below the railing, midship. If you can blast that with enough damage, that might disable it.
Okay, question for the party.
Is there a porthole into the room?
I can fireball this thing. I can fly up in the air and fireball this thing. It'll blow 10 feet down. If I just do a third level fireball.
Why
mean-
can't we let Torben do his thing? Yes, fireball is great, and yes, it'll do that. But like, why can't Torben
Because
go
if
in
they
and
there, the goblins could find him, so could see that he's in there.
What
Rafe
what
could
I'm
come
afraid
back.
of.
Everything could turn to shit very, very quickly.
I can also be invisible. It's a lot better than blowing it up.
yeah, like why won't we let Torben do his thing?
Or we just stay here because Waylon has to come back eventually. But how many?
Waylon.
Wrong game.
Sorry, there's so many.
If Waylon shows up, you're in real trouble. I can just say that right
Yeah.
now.
You're
We're
in
gonna
a
jump
lot of
universes.
trouble.
Especially if it's Wait,
Yeah.
That's
If Ray-
great. That's great.
Yeah. Ray versus Waylon would be a real interesting fight. I can tell you that right now. But,
yeah.
Wrong game. Other
Yeah.
other
Yeah,
other
horrible.
campaign.
So
Like, but
I would just say, so I mean, these are both good plans here. So which we don't want to go with there? Torben, you could absolutely go invisible and go on the ship there, knowing where the thing is. You could definitely find and disable it. It's not hard to disable Manatech. Essentially, just
Break
like
it.
break the connections and smash
Yeah.
the human. It's not going
And-
anywhere.
And you've helped hand me tools, like you've seen me work.
Yeah.
As
It
much as
wouldn't-
I overshare, you've seen me overshare.
Yeah. Breaking is not hard. Fixing is the hard part. Breaking is easy. Like you can smash the radio. It's like putting it back together again, real hard.
like when I took apart the my stepdad's lawnmower.
Yes, exactly. So
So Eldon will like take off his goggles real quick, like rub his eyes. Okay. Go. Get in. Break it. Come back. Yes?
And then I stop and look at Eldon. Wait, that's it? Just that command? That's all you wanted? That's it?
Don't get caught. Be very fast. Yes?
Okay.
I would. So yeah, you get ready to go. One thing real fast here. 1 sec. Let me just make one quick message here.
I hope this does not go badly.
I'm terrified you're making a new character. Just throwing that out there. Like that's
Well,
We got him
like-
in prison, but I'll just wait
Okay.
5 months.
He created this character to do exactly what it's doing. So like
yes.
let him do it.
Mhm.
I think we should just let him do it.
Oh, he's already done it. He's already in the middle.
And I mean, I'm sure Trevor will be out of prison soon.
No, he's got a while, guys. It's only been like a week and a half. Or 2
Yeah,
weeks.
homeboy's in there for years.
No, he's not. He's only in there 6 months.
Oh, I
Okay.
thought it was years. Oh, okay, 6 months.
God, I'm just
Okay.
kidding. It's only because
So I'm gonna hand my cape to Torben and say, "You better get this back to me in one piece."
Okay.
It'll give you
Can I give him?
So Torben Amethyst hands you a cape, kind of a flashy looking black cape with a red lining on the inside of it there. Cape of the Montback.
it'll give you
If-
dimension door.
One dimension door.
One
One
dimension
dimension
door.
door.
If
You
you
have
need
one time. Okay.
Yep.
I also
it.
want to give
if it all
him.
turns to shit, get yourself out here, okay?
Mm.
Torben?
Jim.
Yeah.
Jim, can I cast warding bond on him?
Well, it's within 60 feet of you. Also, you should take damage. You have to be within 60 feet of you, I believe.
Well, I can get close enough to the ship, but like
Well, I mean,
never mind then.
he's
No.
starting 300 feet away. So basically,
Yeah, we
Well,
don't.
then-
We don't want to get that close.
Oh, then bless will work. I can do
Torben?
bless.
Yeah.
Did you hear what I
Yeah.
said?
yes, I will definitely bring you this back.
Okay.
And
Okay.
dimension door.
So-
fun. But
so Torben, you go invisible. You rush the ship. Right.
You are blessed.
I don't.
You are
rush,
blessed.
But I'm definitely.
Well, I mean, you move stealthily to
Oh,
the ship while you're invisible.
Oh yeah.
You have, yeah. So the rest of you are all kind of like keeping an eye, a tab on things. Torben, we'll kind of move this along here. It's not hard to approach a ship. There's nobody on deck to stop you. You're invisible. You're super stealthy. You manage to get onto the ship. Based on what you were told, you managed to sneak down into the lower decks of the ship. Give me a stealth check at this point
Okay.
with advantage because you're invisible.
This might be the most like the biggest stealth
Plus,
roll.
plus, plus.
Yeah, plus.
Don't forget
Well,
plus.
D4.
2 charges of luck too, so we'll see.
Yep. One
Advantage
charge left.
this time. Huh? No, I
You,
got
you,
4.
you have 4? Okay.
I think so. I
Give me
could
3. Yeah, don't worry. It's fine. Yeah.
Either way, I got
No.
26.
Yeah. Okay.
Nice.
Excellent. Plus a D4.
Oh, cool.
Cause blessed.
2.
Hashtag
Excellent.
blessed.
Right. Yeah. So you kind of like move on the ship there. As you move down there, there are goblins. Like there are, you see goblins like taking up positions, looking out the porthole, at kind of aside there, and you're able to see off, based on the direction you were given there, you're able to move down into the ship there, where there is a large, essentially a panel with a series of spell plates all rigged up with like security there, and a large sort of crystalline cage, or sorry, a metal cage there with a gem inside of it, kind of recessed into the side of the ship there. Um, you basically essentially you kind of move up there, and based on that, you kind of able to there. What you want to disable? You want to just smash it? What's your plan here? Just sort of like you want to do it sneaky, or you want to just do it brutally?
I do have that thing, so it really wouldn't matter if I did, but we might need that cape. I'm gonna try it first, sneakily.
Okay, no, I just mean like, are you trying to make the make sure you want the damage obvious or not obvious? Like
Not
just okay. All right, so go ahead and give me let's see what's the best check here for this. Give me Arcana check. That makes sense.
Uh-oh. Oh wait, no, I'm good at that.
You're trained in that. Yeah.
Ooh,
That's it.
okay.
Perfect. So you kind of get in there with your nice little like sharp knife there, and just kind of you sort of like just like messing up all the connections. There's all these little conduit circuitry connections there. You're just like slashing across them, making this mess of things here. I will also, based on that, you can go ahead and like pop the accumulator out of place and just take it.
Yeah, I'm definitely taking me.
So the accumulator, I would say, well, that's not. It'll be obvious the accumulator is missing. It won't be obvious that the whole panel's been shut off and everything else. And so you can put down an accumulator. We'll get to that. What that would be later on. And essentially, at that point, you do have to give me one more stealth check while you're doing this.
Sure.
Still not with advantage this time, just a straight roll this time, because there's lots of goblins moving around. You're having to kind of dodge out of the wave now you bumped
well.
into.
20.
Nice. Roll that bless with that D4 as well.
Yep. That's fun.
23. Good thing. So, at one point, a goblin literally is like bumping into you, and you sort of like kind of flatten yourself against the wall as this goblin kind of brushes past you, and you just kind of stop for a second there. It pauses and kind of looks around, but doesn't stop, doesn't raise the alarm. You have disabled the essentially the levitation array for the ship there. It's not getting off. It's not getting up out of the water. What do you want to do? Want to just blip
Mission
out?
accomplished. I'm gonna go back up to where I can see, look down at the water. How far am I away from the group?
300 feet.
300 feet. Yeah.
I'm gonna misty step under the water that I can see, like assuming the water is fairly clear. Misty step down to the water, swim under the dock, and go.
Okay. Okay.
I'm not swimming the full 300 feet to get to them,
okay.
but like, as
You
long as
do your visibility drops as you cast Misty Step.
Yep.
So you're under the water, swim. Okay. Pull
And-
yourself up under the dock.
Yeah. Right about. I mean, if this is a thing right here, I don't know if I can get wherever I can get.
I mean, it's a dock there. You kind of scramble up the side there. Give me a stealth check to not be seen climbing up on the dock again, because the goblins are watching.
I never should have cast fly on him.
You should have used the cape.
Yeah,
Oh,
or
I mean,
use the
it might
cape.
come in
Yeah.
handy later.
Sure. All right. You kind of scramble on the side there. You're all watching. You kind of see Trevor pull himself up out of the water on the dock there, and you just kind of move your way down to them.
Like, yeah. And then I'll come up all tired, guys. I couldn't do it. There was goblins a lot. I'm just kidding. I hold up the thing.
You see Eldon like in the process of hitting the buttons to do fly on his rocket boots. Like,
Okay. All right. You guys.
Amethyst. By the way.
Yeah.
And then I'll hand over the cape.
Oh, it's all wet, dude.
Prestidigitation. No, it's not. Just take the damn
Thanks,
cave.
thanks.
I told you I'd
Thank
bring
you.
it back.
Thank you very
Okay.
much.
All right. You guys have managed to disable the ship at least, so it's not going to be flying up anytime soon. It's going to require, the fact that the accumulator's gone there is especially going to make it difficult because those things ain't cheap. So you are able to sneak back down, like kind of move back down the dock there. You need one more perception check as you're leaving the dock area.
Here it is. Here's the fucking cliffhanger. Look at his evil face. Look at it.
Oh, Bernie.
Look at his
Bernie.
evil face. Look at it.
I've just rolled a 1 for my perception.
Cool. Yeah, you're all happy,
I'm
all
using
ready to
my
go here. Use
I'm
your last luck or whatever. So yeah.
I have inspiration.
Anyone wants to use an inspiration that hasn't used it yet, go for it.
Yeah,
You see Wraith squeezing the life out of somebody else you love.
oh, that was even worse.
we all
Okay.
suck. My God.
All right.
Well, I got a good roll for Sora roll, so
Yeah, absolutely.
I mean,
Yeah.
something's
Yeah.
happening. We just don't know what
Yep.
it is.
Okay. I would say this. I would say, Lucas, you kind of get the itch, kind of that
I
itch
didn't use
or
my
being watched or whatever, but you don't see where it's coming from, and nothing happens specifically. You move away from the docks.
I use my
Amethyst?
inspiration.
Okay. So Lucas, you sort of kind of like itch there, and you move away from the docks there. Amethyst, you're kind of looking back and forth, and looking, and you see just a small glint, something glass or something from the rooftop, just on the edge of the street there.
Everybody get down the sniper.
And nothing happens. You just spot that.
nothing happens, huh?
How far away is it?
Probably from where you are on the edge, at the end of the dock, getting off the dock back onto the street, essentially. Probably a good 150 feet or so, like up on a rooftop, a little bit further in view of the dock, but not like where you can see, like I said, you can't. Yeah, it's about 150 feet.
Saying gunslinger builds are freaking terrifying. Like, oh Lord, I'm scared. Okay,
You know what else is terrifying?
Wraith is on his way.
Wraith. What is Wraith's real name? I forget.
Relic.
Rowlith.
Rallith.
Rellith. Relic.
Relic. Like relish,
Rallith.
Like relish, yeah, a little bit.
but with a lisp.
Okay.
Relic.
So Amethyst, anything you want to do, or you want to just clock that and move on? Nothing happens specifically.
Fuck. All right. I was going to do a spell, but it's 120 feet maximum, so it's not going to work.
Run 30 feet and then cast
almost
it.
planned to be beyond range of most 120-foot spells.
I know, right?
I mean,
It won't be next ability score.
We could Misty Step 50 feet closer.
then you
And
couldn't cast a spell in the same turn.
no.
Just we'll rush 30 feet.
Yeah.
30 feet of movement.
I could walk 30 feet
Yeah.
closer.
You want to walk closer?
Not really.
No.
Okay. Right.
Let's-
You're the only one that spots this. So let's say you make the decision here. So this is kind of our closing moments here. What are you going to do?
Oh, dude. He's
Don't.
up there. He's up there.
You can do it. Do it.
He's the one who killed her.
I know.
Is he in the direction we're moving?
I'm not facing
No.
him turn on his turns.
Nope. Essentially, you would be going out and then to the left to go back to where you're there. He's off to the right. Kind of a straight shot view down at the docks where you're at.
Let's
I don't
do
even
it. Go
have
do
his
it.
ability.
You have that cape, right?
We can get him later. Let's get the.
You have the cape, right?
I had to use some spells to get there. I can still fight, but we need to.
let's get the civilian out of this.
You need to get.
You do have Secret there with you.
But there's
We don't
nothing
want-
stopping him taking him out while we're moving away.
Use the
Oh,
cape.
Have you told us he's there yet?
Yes, of course.
No.
I asked.
Okay.
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 We're all still
Okay.
connected. Like we're all still.
Yeah, he's
it's-
up
it's-
there.
It's been over an hour now at this point since you guys.
Oh,
left
Yeah,
there.
we're
well,
not. We're
I can
not.
still tell
yeah.
You did it on the
everybody
way
to go back,
into
just
there,
takes
so
a
let's you
little bit more
recast.
time.
Yeah.
I'm
Okay.
not
Well,
using
Let's
another
get the
awful
let's
spot.
get Sigrid out of here.
Yeah.
Okay. so you
I
kind of go.
disagree. You should use the cape, get up there, smash his brains in, and then we'll leave.
I can't
But
get
you
up
know,
there. He's 150 feet away. The cable take me 30.
No,
And you
Kate takes you 400.
cape
Or
takes you
500.
400 feet.
Dimension door is
500.
400-foot range.
I'm
Yeah.
not going to go next to him. Are you
So
kidding me?
you want
He
Amazon
can't
to go
do
up
anything
there and
with a
kill
I
gun.
want
everybody.
to go up there on my own. Is that what you're saying?
Right. That's
Take
suicide.
me with you if you
Okay.
want.
Okay.
See
Okay.
what you
Like,
can do, Addy.
So I just need. So I would just say this: we will pause there. You guys are heading. You have Sigrid with you. You know that there's somebody that you assume who's up there watching.
Trexa.
You assume it's Trexer up there. You essentially you don't have it unless you mentally decide to communicate to somebody else there or say that he's up there or something. Only you know about it currently. So we'll just kind of that will be our. Unless you guys decide just what you want to just
I
go.
want,
Ninth
I want
level
to know if anybody-
fireball. There we go.
Can anybody cast invisibility on Sigrid at least?
Yes, I can.
Okay. So you cast Secret there. Secret disappears. You're like, oh, what's this? And
Well, 1 second.
No,
Let me
it's
make sure
him.
I can.
I saw a glint.
Just 1 second,
I had a
because I have to
feeling
do a
a
check for it.
reflection off a window or
We're good.
anything.
Fine,
I
yeah.
saw it. If I'd seen a goblin, if I'd seen a hobgoblin or whatever, I would have known that it was him. I didn't. I saw a glint of light. That's all I saw. And I'm jumping to conclusions. And so are all of you. So
Could be someone from the syndicate just watching out.
Could
Just
be.
fireball them. We're in real trouble.
Okay.
Yeah, apparently killing people in the middle of town isn't good.
Yeah, that's my thing.
you
Like,
think?
alrighty. So
it's
I was
just-
this. You were observed by someone. You're able to has ability to be on Sigrid. He disappears. You're able to then take off and head back the way you want to go, and we will call it there for today. Decide what you want to do next time here. Now that you've disabled Race Getaway, taken his potential hostages and or maybe even victims, and we will pick up there next time in the city of Draver. All right, everyone. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for coming in.
Thank you, Jim.
Thanks for coming to the Temple Tankard there. The next drinks are on us. We'll see you next time. Take care. Bye.